And we are live. So, welcome everyone to tonight's special of Christmas shopping with Y2k and Mrs. Dodger and anybody else who is, hopping on.
Hi guys, hi. Lovely to see you, Y2k.
Welcome, guys. So, tonight is going to be special because I will be, also joining you guys in a so-called a digital shopping spree. Of course, I encourage you not to burn your credit cards along the way. So we're going to go through not just simply look. I know this is a watch channel, but we're going to go through more than just simply watches. We'll also be looking at various department stores, gift ideas, budgeting, as well as how to do that. But before that, let us do our usual countdown timer. Hello again, guys,
Hello.
and of course, welcome, Mrs. Dodger, everybody in the chats, to a very special Christmas special shopping on the Escapement channel. And before we begin, let's just say hello to people in the chats. We have Lux Support, hello,
Hi there.
and from Thomas Burnett,
Thomas.
ho ho ho.
Hello. Ho, 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 Thomas.
Welcome, gents. And anybody who's watching this on replay, you're never late. You're never late. There's always an opportunity for replay, and replay is always fun. So tonight, the first thing I think we're going to talk about is thinking ahead, planning ahead for the Christmas gift shopping ideas. So I thought the first category that we should actually be focusing on is the people. Okay, the people as a category. Okay, before we do that, we've got some more people joining us. Mathis, Jamie, and oh, hello, Jamie, Mathis, welcome.
Perla says hi. Hi,
And oh,
Matthew.
yes,
Hello.
hello, Perla, hello, Perla. Okay, guys and ladies and everybody. So tonight, I think Mrs. Dodger will be joining me together and also sharing her ideas and also suggestions and her thoughts about various gift ideas. And any of you who have any questions, concerns about gift ideas and everything, you can just send your questions into the chats. And Mrs. Dodger and I will address it as we
We'll do
can,
our
as
best
well
anyway.
as yeah, we'll
We'll
do
do
our
our
best. Okay, so the first thing that before you start your Christmas shopping is you always need to identify the who. Okay, who are you gonna buy this present for? For your, is it going to be someone special? So how close are you to this person? So for me, let me just give you guys an example. For me, when I buy gifts, I normally buy gifts based on my, the percentage. Let me be very factual. Hi Bill. Hi.
Hi, Belle.
So the thing is, I'm always thinking about like how much percentage am I close to the person before I can actually purchase a gift for a person, and I'll have to think about whether it also goes with your budget. How much are you willing to spend? Let's get to Mrs. Dodger's opinion as well. So, Mrs. Dodger, what would you do prior to purchasing a Christmas present?
I usually have an idea. I've got a knack of I can see something and then I think, oh, I know who that's going to be good for. But yeah, there is a budget. I've always got a budget involved. Sky's not the limit. I was saying I'm quite lucky. I don't have that many people to buy for anymore, so um, it doesn't take me long to find presents. Well, actually, finding them is the hard thing. Thinking of them is the easy thing for me.
Right. Yes, indeed. And the thing is also, things to consider, ladies and gentlemen, is the gender of the receiver of your gifts.
Mm, yeah,
Male, female, or they could be
cat,
young.
dog.
Yeah, cat. Cat or dogs or your pets. Your pets are also counted as receivers as well. Also for children, even for seniors as well, teenagers. So tonight we hope that we can at least cover some gift ideas for you and your family. So maybe for me, Mrs. Dodger, I think I will start with something very simple. Okay, so let's maybe start with colleagues. Okay, so let's break the colleagues into three categories. Okay, colleagues would be your boss. Okay, and for those of you who are in a managing position, okay, you would think about your subordinates, all right, or people who are in the same grade as you are in the workplace. All right, so those are three things, three categories within the workplace I can think about. So for me, if you ask me, so Y2k, have you given any gifts to your colleagues? Yes, I have. And interestingly enough, this year, uh, people actually bought me gifts. And because I thought it was, we had 2 years of COVID, and then we had a Secret Santa exchange, and the budget was $30. So the top tip for those of you who are in a group and you have a Secret Santa and you have been given a budget of $30, $40, $50. So the first thing you can do is you can go online to like Amazon, to shop for a certain price range. There's filters you can put in. But I always think that it's safer for you to go to a physical shop, to actually purchase a gift. Yeah. So in terms of it, if you have, for me, I got lucky. There was a pair of Sony wireless earphones, and original price was $76. Okay, on the price tag. But the shopkeeper actually told me, look, this is on sale right now. It's promotion because of Christmas. It's only $30. So I'm like, wow, this is an awesome deal. It's an awesome deal. So yes, Mrs. Roger. So with that in mind, I was actually very impressed, and I'm like, I'm not breaking the budget. The price tag is still there, 76, but I just kind of ripped it off. I said, yes, I've got a receipt in my. I keep. It's
Okay.
$30, Mrs. Dodger. It's still $30.
Well,
Yeah,
Jamie makes a good point as well that you've got to consider the timeline for when you're buying because, especially if you're getting things from abroad. But yeah.
correct. Yes. So the timeline for shopping before Christmas Day is very important because, which is a very good question that Jamie raises. The closer you get to Christmas Day, presents are getting harder to get. And sometimes the prices in the shops, they'll jack up the prices. It'll be more expensive because people are doing the last minute Christmas shopping rush, and it's not really fun. And some people are down to just going to grocery shops, pharmacies to buy presents.
I think as well,
I
because places have limited stock, don't they? So they'd run out of things. So really, it's best to try and do it as soon as you can, especially if it's a special.
Yes. Yeah, like what Mrs. Dodger is saying is actually very, very essential. Is that plan ahead, buy your presents ahead of time, and I think as you know, as shoppers, you think the normal mentality is, oh, I can always wait for the price to drop even more. Now, I think it's risky to do that because if you find a good deal and if it's about 10-20% or half price off at that point for any item, it can be a household item, it can be cutlery, very nice silverware, or china if you want to buy teapots and plates, okay, for friends. If it's already marked at half price, I would say go for it. Don't wait anymore because you're not going to get any lower than that. And normally, if you're going to wait for the prices drop any further, it's just going to, disappear.
Hello, JJ.
And oh, hello, JJ. Welcome from Michigan.
So, what type of presents would you buy for your work colleagues then? Because that's quite a hard one. You know them, but you don't really know them personally.
Yes, excellent question from Mrs. Dodger about that. So I had 4 ladies and 1 guy. Actually, is it 1 guy? No, I've got three guys in my lunch group for work. So for the 4 ladies, this year everybody was very interesting. Everybody, when we had our Secret Santa exchange, they gave me scent sticks. Okay, so those bottles with
oh yes,
air fresheners. Yes, you put those sticks in there and they absorb the scent. So I had 3 people giving me that gift already.
Oh,
I've got
3.
1 downstairs, 2 in the washroom.
Hopefully different fragrances.
very much so, different fragrances. But I think those are quite all right. But okay, so we're gonna do a quick one where we hop on to one store which I
Okay.
got their presents from.
Oh, I'm all
So
excited. I'm all excited.
yes. So what I did for ladies is very simple. The first thing was I actually went. Let me share my screen. I actually went to Marks and Spencers. Mrs. Dodger, can you see the Marks and Spencers
I
page?
can. I can. One of
Right.
my favorite stores.
Okay, so Marks and Spencers is one of my favorite stores to get Christmas gifts. Okay, so what I did was because they're ladies, all right. The one thing that I mean, let me just put in a category here because you can see everything. The one thing you don't want to get for lady colleagues, number one, which I highly do not recommend, is perfume because perfume is strictly personal.
Very
Okay,
wise. Very wise. Yeah. It's very
correct.
personal
And
taste.
Mrs. Dodger, just share with why would it be a bad idea to buy perfume for
Well,
lady
it's
colleagues?
a very personal thing. Dodger knows what I like. He knows what kind of fragrances I like. So he's actually okay buying. But you can buy perfume for someone and they just think it smells disgusting to them. So sometimes they're so expensive as well that I think it is something you should avoid unless you know their taste.
Correct. So, and also for most people who buy perfumes and colognes, generally they have it's very personal, and some people might will like it, some people will hate it. So the last thing you want to do is perfumes. But just to cut to the chase, what I did was I bought one thing that ladies would generally will need, which is actually let me just see if I can locate it. It is actually under the. Let me just see. Yeah, there is one under the. It's actually more of a toiletry. Okay,
Hmm.
and let me just see here. It's easy. I'm actually more old fashioned. I go to the place I actually know where the things are in the website. Let me just do this. Uh, and okay, I bought them hand creams, not hand sanitizers. So there was in the bathroom section. Bathroom. There was actually okay. So you can actually buy people. Let's say if you really have a budget, right? And these are some simple ideas here. Now, what I bought for my colleagues was actually moisturizers. So Marks and Spencers actually had moisturizers, which had different fragrances as well. Now, the only thing with that, okay, I was taking a very wild gambit, is that some people, um, they may have sensitive skin, all right? So the thing is, if you don't want people to apply something that may be sensitive to them, or you always buy something that they can use. So something perhaps they can use in the bathroom would be a good idea. All the you see from the price range here, it's not very expensive. Soap dispensers, people can put their own soaps in it. They can always use it in their own bathroom. Okay, useful things. Soap dish. Okay, now I know it's just a soap dish, but everybody needs a soap dish at some point. And even though it's white marble, okay, let me just see, is that a different color? Okay, white
Uh,
marble generally is actually to me, is very classy, very elegant. So if you can, you can also buy a marble soap dish as well. Let me just see. You've also got marble tumblers to put your toothbrushes and toothpastes in. Now, no one can fault you for buying these gifts because number one, people cannot consume it. They cannot be allergic to it. They cannot put it on their skin. They can't get itchies, and they're not going to be suffering from some kind of chemical burn or anything. Frankly, these gifts are very simple for the bathroom. Yes, so this is just one suggestion. Now, what I bought for my colleagues was I actually bought those sets with they actually had these boxes, and they actually was more scented ones, hand moisturizers. Yes, yes. So, Mrs. Dodger, what do you think so far? Buying
I approve. I approve. Yeah, definitely.
yeah.
I I
So
like I personally like hand moisturizer as well as these. Well, they're the actual things to put things in, aren't they? Things.
correct.
Yeah.
And even for washroom, it's still quite okay, just
Hmm.
for washroom. Now, if those of you who are wondering, but what if you think you don't quite think washroom stuff is good? Let me just share with you one thing that you can get, okay? Especially those of you who live in climates that have 4 seasons. Yes, so scarves are an interesting idea, but you don't want to buy scarves with very mixed colors, like this one on the top left here, the check tassel scarves. Some people might not like it because of the color configuration. So what you're going, here's my suggestion, my top tip. Okay, you can buy scarves that have just one uniform color. Okay, so make it like choose colors that are very easy for people to match. So black color, white color. Okay, seasonal colors like red, dark red, or green are still all right, but may or may not be. But generally, black scarves are still quite okay. Mrs. Dodger, what do you think?
Yes, I approve. I love gloves and scarves very much. I was going to say you can usually around Christmas time you can get things that are novelty items, which are great and they're fun, but you're only going to wear them once, really, aren't you?
Mm,
So these kind of things are good. Yeah. What you're suggesting, nice bobble hats there.
yes. Hats are also okay if you know your colleagues well. You know they like certain styles and hats and have been eyeing it. You can buy
Yeah,
it, but yeah.
I
Sorry.
think if you actually pay attention, so that when they come in to
Mm,
work and see what they're wearing, then you'll get an idea of what they do like.
yes, and just a very good point that Mrs. Dodger raised is that they're coming to work. So some people come into work hip to toe with all designer stuff. Okay, Louis Vuitton bags, Yves Saint Laurent. Now you're probably wondering if you buy a present for that particular colleague or someone, is it going to match up or not? Now, it's the thought that counts. So I would say dispel any kind of thoughts that your present will not be able to match up to the standards. You know, you're not trying. If you spend all that money just to buy something that matches the standard, you wouldn't have any more money left for other Christmas presents already.
But
So
also,
my
the
yeah.
wonderful thing about Marks and Spencers is if they don't like it, they can actually take it back and return it and get something they do like.
Yes, thank you. Mrs. Dodger has actually covered my next point was a wonderful return policy.
Yes.
Okay, so one thing that I can also recommend to people is let me see where. Sorry for the quick scrolling. Let me see scarves. I think is it here? Yeah. So these are actually. So I talked about scarves. Yes. So these are very good scarves, like gray, black. You know, these are okay. Now you're wondering why it's priced much higher than a regular scarf. It's because it's cashmere. Okay, so it's very different material. So the materials do affect the costing of your present. Yeah. So you can always just simply buy the woven fringe scarf. Okay, one in black. You want to try colors that are very neutral, not too strong. You know, where you can still pull it off, and your colleagues won't feel that it's too gaudy to wear. Yeah. Right. Mrs. Dodger, anything to add in terms of ladies stuff that you are thinking? Any
Well,
thoughts that may come
no,
across?
if I think of something, I will let you know.
Okay.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Good. In terms of
Uh,
clothing,
I do
yeah.
know. I do need to ask a question. Have you bought your wife her present yet, or are you still
My
waiting?
wife. Okay. Interestingly, my Mrs. Y2k is very unique. Mrs. Y2k and I we've made a very mutual agreement that our Christmas presents is actually treating each other to very good meals.
Ah,
So I brought
that's
her
a
to a very good sushi restaurant. You know,
very good idea.
a lovely sushi bar uh, with thick sashimi salmon.
Lovely.
So to her, Mrs. Y2k is actually she's also very frugal, and she doesn't want, especially a thoughtful spouse. She doesn't want too much expenditure on my end, you know, to come out and pay for all this expensive stuff. And from time to time, we always feel that for us, it's the experience. Uh, when I say experience, it's like going to places, visiting cafes, restaurants, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
That's
yeah.
good. Well done.
Yes, and from time to time, if you want to surprise your spouses with a lovely gift, pay attention to where they go with them for
Yeah.
shopping, and
Yes.
then which shops they go in. You know, you can shadow around, you know, peep and see what they're looking at, so you get a general idea of what they're looking at. Of course, if they go into like for example, they go into Hot Topic, okay, or something like that. Obviously, certain shops might just be because they're looking for a specific item. But if they frequent one particular shop all the time, you can always get them stuff from there. If they keep going to one shop, like for example, they go to Walmart, okay, and they're constantly picking up something there, like a very common item. Getting that as a present is not to say that you're not thoughtful or you can't be creative. It's the fact that you know what they really need as well. Christmas presents doesn't always have to be like, oh, special and must be expensive. It should be something that's fun as well. Okay, so for the guys who are buying for ladies, it's a lot harder because your ladies have very intricate tastes, and they also have particular tastes. We are all built differently. We all think differently. We have different preferences, from colognes to clothes to shoes. So the no-nos, okay, my list of no-nos to buy for presents for lady colleagues, okay, no perfumes, all right,
Yeah.
and do not buy them lingerie, okay,
No,
unless you want to
especially
get
not
kicked.
not colleagues.
Yes,
No.
no lingerie, all right, no lingerie. Footwear is absolutely out of the question
No,
because you don't
absolutely no.
because see, Mrs. Dodger is supporting me there already.
Sorry.
No footwear, no nightwear, anything that's you put on, okay, except for perhaps a scarf, Yeah.
With
No,
wear, I think you can have you can buy things like dressing gowns or something like that because they're not specifically fitted. I think when you're going into the fitted range, you need to know people's sizes.
exactly. So this also includes sportswear, blazers,
Yeah.
don't because these are very particular, and some blazers
Again, they're very
yeah.
personal as well, down to taste, but also style and form.
So yes, so no footwear, no underwear, no lingerie. Okay, so focus on things that people need. Here's one good tip. Okay, toiletries bag is very useful. Okay,
Oh yes, very good. Yeah.
why is toiletries bag very useful? Because people travel. People put toiletries in it, and they have overnight. Some people, they carry the toiletry bags in their cars. So some women, they put like a mini toiletry bag in their handbags because they want to touch up their makeup or the lipstick before the meeting. So these are very very useful stuff, like toiletries bag. Don't buy those what do you call those sets? I think Mrs. Dodger know. The ones that have like the ear picker and the nail clipper and the
Oh.
yeah, it's called the grooming set. The grooming set. Okay. Because I have
like manicure set.
Yes, because I have had some people who have received that, and and the lady colleague generally thought, this is from the Oriental, okay, Asian point of view. Okay, they generally thought that they had problems with their grooming.
They're oh, I see.
So-
They're hyping. Oh, no.
So do not.
I have a
yeah.
very quick funny tale. When I used to work at a sports centre, there was a lady there. She used to work there. She must have been about 60 or 70, and her hygiene was not that good. So she was a little bit whiffy. Anyway, everybody at birthdays and Christmas used to buy her lots of underarm and soaps and smelly things. And she did not get that they were buying that because they wanted her to kind of improve on her hygiene. Right till when she left, she never really understood that. She couldn't understand why everybody was buying her these soaps and smelly things. It's because she was smelly.
Exactly. So generally I would think that when you buy something for women, try to buy something that's very neutral, something that they can use. May seem very functional, like some people actually buy what are those, like hand warmers? They're like little patches that you can so you can put into your your gloves. So you can put
That
into
is
your gloves.
actually one of the things on Good Housekeeping's top 50 presents for this year. And number one is a hand warmer. So it's a good idea.
Hand warmers are definitely good. Moisturizers are definitely great. If you really want to be on the safe side, okay, choose the ones that have no fragrances, no parabens, okay, no parabens, and also no chemicals and no parfums. Yeah, when you turn it to the back, they always say like parfums or some parfums. So get those at no parfums and all those things. But generally, most I would say most moisturizers would have some form of perfume, one way or the other.
Mm.
Uh, yes, so you want to be very careful about that as well. Okay, so moving on. Okay, one thing you can get for colleagues. Okay, this is very good. Is food. Let me see. What am I trying to refer? Let me see. Do they have a tea section? Let me do this. Right. Give me tea. Do we have tea? Okay. Right. This is very interesting. Yeah. So while I was looking for tea, now before I get to tea towels, you can actually buy people tea if they want to. If they now how you know that they like tea, okay, this is very easy. Whenever you are in the office, okay, people always go for pantry breaks. They go for they definitely will put their teacups on the table. Now if you walk past, you see the tea bag that's hanging out there. Sometimes you can see they display very obviously on the desk green tea, Earl Grey, English breakfast, Assam tea, cinnamon tea, and all those things. Now, if you know that the particular brand, okay, or particular um, flavor of that tea, okay, you can always buy that for your colleague. It doesn't have to be from Marks and Spencers. It can also be from Costco. It can also be from Walmart or a brand that you really. We have a very popular brand in Singapore. It's called TWG, which is very high end. Twinings, or Tetley. What other tea brands we got? We have what's the other brand? I suddenly can't remember. Yes, so you can definitely buy teas that if you see your colleagues have on your table, they have on their table green tea and all this, you can give tea to them, and it's something that no one can actually fault you for it because it's a very very safe buy, especially if you know that they are always drinking green tea or coffees and all these things. Yeah, you can always buy them teas. So for tea towels, okay, this was something that came up quite randomly. Tea towels are something very interesting. Now, if you buy tea towels, okay, some people do buy tea towels because they're like rags, you can wipe them, but don't buy, of all the tea towels here, don't buy the Percy Pig one. Okay. Why am I saying don't buy the Percy Pig is because number one, certain people are very particular about the animal, okay, itself. Some people who may think that some people may think it's funny to buy a Percy Pig. Okay. It's good for you buying it for a child, for them to do their own tea party.
I'm actually
Yeah.
surprised they've got Percy Pig tea towels. I know that. I know they have Percy Pig sweets. I didn't know it extended to tea towels.
Oh yes, Mrs. Dodger, you've got
Maybe
Percy
maybe
Pig.
they're for children.
Yes, yes. So they do have Percy Pig. So if you want to buy tea towels for people and you're not sure what color, once again, buy very neutral colors, like the one on the far right. You've got this very lovely gray one, okay?
Yeah.
And then I think they've got mid gray and they've also got green. Okay?
Yeah.
You can buy these for them. Okay. The one thing about people who are actually always in the kitchen, right? Especially for lady colleagues who are always in the kitchen, preparing dishes. Uh, I'm not saying that all women are, with respect to all women, doesn't mean that every woman is always in the kitchen all the time. Men can also be in the kitchen. So if you know that your colleague, if you buy tea towels for them, but they can still use it in any kind of form in any way. Even if putting it under a hot bowl of soup, okay, putting it on the dining table, they can always put tea towel beneath it or hot teapot on top of it. So, anyways, there's many functions to it. It doesn't have to be gender specific. Okay, so let me just go back one. All right, so get the neutral colors. Even the one of the leopard tea towels is also quite particular. I'm also a bit on the fence on it because it's also quite spotty. And when you get a gift and you want people to decorate on the table, you have to get something that kind of is easy for them to match their house. If you choose something that's very flamboyant, very loud, okay, it's very hard for them to match it to, or that for them to use it during any occasion, Christmas or like Thanksgiving and all this. It won't match the rest of the table. So if you choose a neutral color, at least when they do set their table, okay, or they are going to use it, they can still be able to match it to the table, the dining, the kitchenware,
Mm.
the cutlery. Yes, Mrs. Dodger? What do you
Yeah,
think?
probably stay neutral with things like that.
Correct. So tea towels are
Tea
great.
towels. Yes, we've done tea towels.
Yes. Right.
Do you,
So
do you
without,
do you have
yeah,
you have Marks and Spencers there where you live?
yes, we do.
Okay.
I am a diehard Marks and Spencers fan.
I used to be, but unfortunately, Marks and Spencers closed in Poland,
Oh,
so can't do it anymore. I've still got them in Prague, but not here.
okay. Let me just share something with you guys. Really,
Pat,
really,
Pat.
yes. Okay. Now, if any of you are shopping, okay, now I know you may click the offers and all these things. Yes. So interestingly, I'm not creating this. It's just that it showed that on the offers.
Hi, Jonathan.
Okay.
By the way. Oh, pink. Hello.
Now there was a situation, okay, where I heard a very, very funny joke about people who went and buy things on offers. Okay. Now, some people would say the word cheapskate comes to mind. Now, if you know that that particular colleague, this includes relatives, friends, or whatever, they go to that place, and at the front of the store, they said buy three get one free or something like that. Okay, I would advise you, okay, unless you don't really care about that person you're giving to, you're just buying it just to give as a gesture. Okay, that's fine. But if you do care about the person, and the person actually is actually very sharp, okay, as a person who shops a lot, they're very sharp. Okay, the last thing you want to do is you walk into, for example, Marks and Spencers or Target or Walmart or Costco. The first thing you buy is that gift, where it said buy three get one free, and when they receive the gift, they're like, "Oh, I thought this looked very familiar. Wasn't it like buy three get one free or something?" So there is now. Why am I raising this up as an issue? It's not really an issue, but it can be something that people are particularly not very happy about because they're like, "Oh, so I'm just like the extra, so I'm getting a free gift kind of thing."
I
So
don't
if
know.
you want,
I think everybody likes a bar, don't they? So if you're saving money by doing that, I don't think it's a problem.
yes. Now, if it's not perfectly wrong, okay,
No?
but particularly for people in the Asian hemisphere or an Oriental culture, because they are very, very sharp in terms of presence, and sometimes the aunties and the uncles, relatives, they do like, "Oh, what did you get? Oh, I got this one." They're like sharing each other, like, "Oh, I got this one. Wait a minute, wasn't this one?" so so the thing is that I have been in
I
situations at a
see.
friend's party where the uncles and aunties like, "This looks very familiar. I thought I saw this somewhere." They're like, "Oh yes, I saw that one. This was like buy two get one free," and especially they didn't mean to say it. They just because they're
Wow.
just sharing. So the
Okay.
person
I
who
didn't
bought it
realize.
was
Didn't
like,
realize
"Oh
that people go into
no,
detail. Right.
sorry, Mrs. Dodger." Yeah.
So then, yeah, I've pinned the link if anybody wants to come and join us. By the way.
Yes. Let me just stop sharing for a moment and check our chats. Oh, I heard a beep. I heard a boop just now. All of a
The
sudden.
boop.
Yes, I heard a boop. Anyways, I'm gonna pin the link here, and anybody who
Yeah.
wants to jump on and share with us your Christmas gift ideas or the current topic can jump on as well. And just to catch up with our chats, hello, Jonathan. Who else do we have here? We have Chili Badger. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so let's get moving ahead. All right, to buying. Okay, so you talked about lady colleagues. Okay, now if you are buying for, like, when I say colleagues, is the same grade of colleagues as you are. All right. Now, if you should you buy presents for your boss? This is an interesting question. Should you buy presents for your boss? Is another trick question. Some people here in Asia, when you buy presents for bosses, other colleagues are watching you. You have to remember that. So it may come off as if you are trying to buy graces, be in the good graces of your boss. In companies that are run by Asians, especially Chinese companies, if you buy certain times, if you're very obvious, and some people are like, "Hey, boss, I've got you this very lovely present," and they give it in front of everybody. Especially if you're going to be giving a gift, do consider to give it discreetly, not like right in front of everybody in the meeting room. Just give it to the boss like that, because you may think that people may not think that, oh, I'm just buying a gift for the boss out of goodwill. But in a workplace environment, gifts can be considered as a way of bribery.
Yes,
And
I was going to say, do you think in that situation it's actually good to have Secret Santa when you have a limit to how much you can buy? The cost,
absolutely, yes.
and then you pick a person's name out of the hat. So I think it's better to do that.
Yes, so Secret Santa actually works well, especially if your boss is involved in a Secret Santa and everybody just jumbles the gifts into a pile, and then you pick a number, or you can roll a dice, and then you get a number. That's fine too. But giving presents to boss generally is very difficult, because it can come off as if you're trying to bribe for your next promotion. But some people, like I myself, I do give gifts to my boss, and I actually added very personal note to it, and I am very discreet to give it to my boss, because I give it to the secretary. I say, could you please give it to him? But generally, it's because me and the boss we kind of share a more of a friendship, more like a very working professional friendship. So to me, that's usually what I normally do. And if you're giving to one boss, you have to remember, you can't just skip, let's say number one and number two, okay? If you give to number one, you cannot not give to number two, because if number two finds out you gave to number one, and you also report to number two, it makes you look bad. Okay, so this is for those who are our young viewers and all this, you're thinking in Christmas, should you give to number two? If you have number one boss, number two, number three, okay, and you report to all of them, it is always a wise decision to buy gifts for all three if you intend to give them a gift. Now, if you're not sure what to give them, my best suggestion is always get them tea. Okay? Why do I say tea? Is because if they don't like it, they can't really say, "Oh, you don't know me," and all these things. Giving someone tea, like green tea or English breakfast tea or something like that, is better than giving something that they may not even like at all. Tea,
I
generally, I find
somebody would find it very hard to be offended if you gave them tea, isn't it?
Exactly, Mrs. Dodger. So that's why I would always recommend people that if you're gonna give, and here's my this is for real. I gave my bosses number one, number two the same gift. Okay, I gave them Marks and Spencer's tea, Christmas special tea. Okay, which means that it only comes out during the Christmas season, so it doesn't come out for the rest of the year. So number one, it's special. Number two, you can't really say, oh, it's not unique. Yeah. So that covers the boss. Okay. Now, if any of you have questions about presents for your boss or subordinates, or your same grade of colleague as you, just fire away in the chats, and Mrs. Dodger and I can answer them as best as we can.
I think Thomas made a good suggestion, actually, to buy a communal present, which is something like chocolates or biscuits that everybody can have.
Yes, I think chocolates and biscuits are good too. Thank you so much, Thomas. Chocolates are really good as well. I feel that chocolates is a great idea too as well. And yeah, biscuits as well. If you feel that certain flavors are not very appealing, get there's neutral cookies also. In Christmas time we have fruit cakes. Yes. So everybody always knows that there is now Mrs. Dodgy can correct me. It's called the Dantuni, or is it the Ratatouille or something? It's basically
panettone.
Yes, thank you, panettone. Yeah. So you can get a panettone because number one, panettone it's pretty much, it's abundant during Christmas time, and that also includes fruitcake as well. So if you give these like season presents for Christmas, everybody automatically understands it's perfectly all right for Christmas to receive fruitcakes, or the panettone for Christmas. All right, for subordinates, okay. Now if you are a boss and you want to give presents to your subordinates, um, subordinates also do compare gifts. You have to remember this, okay. I'm not a boss in any way, but I do know that as colleagues, sometimes when if let's say the boss does give out something, sometimes you can't stop your subordinates from comparing with each other. Oh, what did he give you, or what did she give you? They will definitely like be curious about like who got what and who got what. So definitely you want to get something very, very universal across the board, where it's like, you give them, for example, you give them tea of different flavors. Okay, no one can fault you for that. No one can fault you for that. But if you do know what flavor they drink all the time at the pantry or they put on the desk, props to you if you are a boss or you're a director and you actually give, like, for example, Mrs. Dodger works for me. I know she likes chamomile. Okay, so I get her chamomile tea. Now that's number one, that shows that you're very thoughtful. Number two, that means you're very observant about what they want. Yeah, so these are just little things that you can consider. Any thoughts, Mrs. Dodger?
No, I'm with you all the way so far.
Okay, so let me just move on to for relatives. Okay, yes. So for relatives and cousins, okay, I'll try to move this list. Mrs. Dodger has reminded me that there is the World Cup coming up. So
do we care?
Yes. So the show will go on. the show will go
on.
Absolutely. Regardless of the World Cup is going on or not. And we thank each and every one of you for your support as always. Okay, so for relatives, yes. So let's break them into categories. You've got cousins.
I'm not sure about Alan Partridge, though.
Sorry?
I'm not sure about Alan Partridge.
Alan Partridge?
He's in the chat.
Oh, okay. Someone has to tell me who's Alan Partridge. Yeah. Okay, so never mind. I'll talk about the so for cousins. Okay, so cousins are generally quite easy. If you are close to your cousins, same thing again. If you know your cousins well, you can always get them gifts that are very easy. All right. So when you want to do shopping, I usually don't like to do shopping online, because I find online is that you can't really see the gift and you have to worry about the shipping time. Okay, because when it comes to the season, as Jamie has mentioned, that if you run in too close to the Christmas, the online shops are going to start running out of stock. All right, and they're going to have massive amounts of goods going in and out at the same time. So when you have that situation, there will be delivery delays. So you have to consider that as well.
But I don't know if you're like me. I like to actually touch things. I like to have the feel for them, because sometimes you can buy something and when you get it, you're disappointed because it feels low quality. So I'm very much a touchy-feely person.
Yes. And afterwards, I will actually share with one very universal gift for males, so such as colleagues and relatives as well. As Mrs. Dodger has said, right, a lot of gifts when you look at it, right. I know there are some instances where grandparents or even senior members of the family would like to give. You either do knitting, okay, you knit sweaters and all these things to younger members of the family, such as your nephews and nieces. That's totally fine if it's in season. Okay, it's apparently it's very common for grandmothers to knit sweaters, hats, mittens, gloves, and it's actually very personal because granny, they always say granny knows best, and who could refuse a gift from granny? Okay, and so for those of you who are watching us and you're in the younger years, you're like your teens, it may not be the coolest gift. Okay, it may not be like the latest iPhone or Samsung phone, but I think that the one thing that Granny has given you is a lovely sweater. May fit you now, okay, but at some point you may grow, you may grow a bit portly, or you may lose weight and you may not be able to wear it anymore. But do consider that it has memories, so you can even pass it on to your kids as well. So do think about when someone senior gives you gifts, especially if they're handmade, okay. And yeah, so I would generally say, have I ever the question you might ask is, have I ever received a Christmas gift from a grandparent? Actually, I would say that I haven't, because most of my grandparents passed on when I was very young. The only grandparents I ever had were on my father's side, and I think generally it was my parents that represented my grandparents to give me the presents. So my parents would buy me toys, and they would say that, oh, a grandfather or grandma has actually bought you this gift, and on their behalf, because generally the grandparents in Asia are a bit different. So they generally would like buy you physical gifts instead of like making gifts, which is not very common in Singapore. Yeah, but if there is a sudden change in the trend, then yes, that's good. For those, so for we're talking about like grandparents giving gifts as well.
Y2k,
Yeah, go ahead.
is it acceptable to give money as presents for Christmas?
Okay, it's a very good question, Mrs. Dodgers. Is it, you can give money? I generally think that money is fine. Um, I have heard of instances whereby when I was studying in Canada, some senior members of the family will actually put in a red envelope, okay,
Mm.
and then they give it to their nephews and nieces money to go and buy their own gifts. I think that money is totally fine, because after all, you're not sure what the particular nephew, niece, cousin might want,
Yes,
and
yes.
you
My
want
my
them to
my
pick. Yeah.
nephew, as he gets older, I have no idea his tastes anymore. And when he was younger, when he was a child, it wasn't so difficult. But now, because I'm completely out of touch with what he likes, I would tend to give him money rather than an actual present that he doesn't want or won't use.
Mm, yes. So I generally think that what Mrs. Dodger has raised, that money is actually a great idea, especially if you're not unsure about, as children grow, teenagers grow, children grow, adults grow, we all grow. So our tastes change over time. We may not like the same thing.
And also,
And
sometimes people want is usually it could be out of your budget. So if you're contributing to something bigger that they like, I think that isn't such a bad idea.
correct. So I agree with Mrs. Dodger to a certain degree that why not, if you're looking to give money, um as a senior member of the family, you want to give money to the younger ones, yeah, sure, why not, go right ahead. There was, back in the early to mid 2000s, gift cards was a trend, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, so people would give gift cards. Now gift cards, I think I'm totally cool with gift cards. Any gift is still it's still a symbol of thoughtfulness.
Especially
But
if
there
they're not
was,
expensive.
yes, exactly. Yeah, even if you give, okay, for example, even if you gave someone Walmart or Costco, okay, gift cards, think about, it's still money. The difference is that you take that gift card, you go there and you spend it. It's still money, okay. So at some point there was a narrative that people said that if you gave gift cards, you have no idea what the person likes, okay, and it's very like you don't really care. Now I think that that's very ignorant of someone to say that they don't really care. It's just that people don't want to go through the hassle of like, oh, what do they like, and it's quite a lot of work to think what that particular family member might like, or the extended family might like. So even for like seniors, sometimes they buy gift cards because they can do it easily. They can go to the shop, they can buy a whole stack of gift cards, and they wrap it up and they give it out. It's just ease of convenience, and definitely a lot more fun. Now, while we are looking at bags and briefcases, okay, so I know that I did not talk about male colleagues, and male relatives. But this is where we arrived to talk about male cousins. Okay, so for the males in the family, for your colleagues or as well as cousins. Okay, now if they are of good age, when I say of good age, which means they are starting school, they are working. All right, at some point, everybody's going to need a lovely bag. Okay, it can be a wash bag, a shoe bag, an overnight bag. And bags in general, I think, are actually very. It's a very okay. I call it the cheating way of getting yourself out of. I don't know what to buy. Okay, and you buy a bag for someone. All right. Now, obviously, don't buy a pink bag for example. Okay, some particular genders. All right. For example, males. All right. They may not like very like bright colors like lime green or like sky blue or something like that, but this is very personal. Okay, so the colors as usual, stay with the neutral ones. Okay, or you can, this is one rule I can share with you guys, stay with the corporate colors. What I mean by corporate colors: black, okay, and those shoes, like brown colored shoe color, the very dark browns, chocolate or hazel ones, and if they have it in bag, you can get those as well. um Leather bags can be backpacks, all right, and also overnight bags as well. Now you can never go wrong with bags because at some point people will need to use bags. So obviously don't buy them laundry bags because it's a bit odd. Okay, because now I have been to one party in with my friends in Canada. They gave many gifts. Okay, so they gave toothbrushes, they gave toothpaste. Like my roommate's girlfriend's mom gave us all a bunch of gifts. Okay, so we had like 5 separate gifts. We had toothbrushes, we had toothpaste, we had Oral-B teeth floss, and we've also got, what was that thing called? Mouthwash. Okay, but the travel pack
Yeah.
mouthwash. And then it was just very interesting. These are all like little toiletries and stuff. Now, but I've never seen them give laundry bags, so it's a bit weird if you gave a laundry bag.
Very
Yeah,
useful, though. Very useful.
you can, but it will be a bit odd. And if let's say you have a cousin or colleague who's like very lazy to do laundry, okay, giving them a laundry bag, unless you're a very senior member of the family, you give them a laundry bag. So I am teaching you. You need to start to get independent to do your own laundry. So you're going to college, you're going to university. Good luck to you. Here's a laundry bag for your Christmas. That's fine because you're prepping them for the future. You are training them to be independent. Sorry about the pen drop. You're training them to be independent. Okay, that's totally fine. But if they are already like slogging away, working their butts off, in the family, sometimes uh, giving them a laundry bag may seem a bit like what? When I say meaning that that particular family member has been doing all the chores in the house, okay,
Okay.
and then no one in the household is helping them, okay, and giving them a laundry bag might be actually quite offensive. It doesn't matter because they've
Insulting to them.
yeah. Sorry.
Insulting to them?
Yes, yeah, because there are certain I have heard of stories where certain spouses, okay, the wife, for example, is doing all the laundry, and the husband says, "Oh, here's a laundry bag for you for Christmas." Um, it's a bit, it's like, "Hello, I've been doing all the laundry, so you're giving me a laundry bag for Christmas. What's that for? That's that for? Is it for me to do more laundry?" So this is one
Yes.
example. It
Yeah.
shows that you're not thinking about the gift.
I think in
Yeah.
general, most what I would call domestic products, i.e., irons or kettles or
Mm.
things to do with washing, anything like that, they're not the best things to give to people. They're
Yeah.
they're the kind of thing you have to buy, not want to buy.
Correct. And you just want to be very careful
What's
about.
wrong with an air fryer?
I love my air fryer now. I didn't.
They're in Chimes Dodger
Yeah,
air fryer.
Dodgy bought me an air fryer for Christmas one year.
And she was right pissed off.
I wasn't pissed off. I was just slightly bemused. But I do love my air fryer now.
There you go. So for the husbands who know, like your wife is like, oh, that microwave oven looks brilliant,
Yeah,
or
lovely.
that particular
Menu
household.
board.
Catch the hints, ladies and gentlemen. Catch the hints. Okay, listen.
Especially if it's something that's replacing something that's broken, then really, you should just go and get that anyway. It's not a present.
Exactly.
And I
Even
digress.
like, yeah, cookware. So, okay, so now that we have talked about some cookware stuff, okay, we talked about bags and briefcases. Okay, um, bags in general are quite useful, very universal. Okay, you can't go wrong with bags, and unless of course you have a male friend, okay, who's super metrosexual, and
Yes,
he
but
has
I would
very, yeah,
I wouldn't suggest buying a bag for a woman unless you really know her taste.
yeah. So you that's why this particular list, I will only centralize it to colleagues of the same grade as you in the
Yeah.
workplace, friends who are males, okay? Or it's like your brother, you call your brother a bro or dude or
Okay.
chap or lad, okay? That's very fine, in the bar kind of setting, you're like good friends and all that, you give each other like bags, and that's totally fine. But as Mrs. Dodgers say, bags particularly for women, don't go down that path. Yeah.
No.
Cousins are okay. Okay. Male colleagues are fine. Giving bags to male subordinates are also okay as well. Of course, I've had stories whereby uh, in Singapore culture, it's very common. We call it the complaint culture. Okay, where they're like, this is just out of fun fact, and they would say, "Oh, they've given me a bag. What I could use is a raise." Okay, that's just one complaint. They always say like, instead of giving me more money for my salary, they're giving me a bag, so. But we can't stop people from thinking otherwise. All right, okay, and then now let me just go to another idea. Where is the home? Yes. Now, one area in a shop that you guys can go is the home area. Okay, so we talked about bathroom accessories. We had those like bath, how do you call those things? The soap dishes and all those things, right? No bedding. Please don't buy bedding for people. Okay. Now, why am I in this category? Is because we see bedding here. It's to give us the brainstorming. Now, why I'm saying don't buy bedding, okay, that from pillows, okay, pillows are a no go because people have particular taste with pillow. If you bought a pillow from me, I cannot sleep on pillows that are very soft because I would just sink into the pillow. Okay, so no pillows that are very soft. I'm an example already.
Yes,
I need
again,
those.
personal taste. Absolutely.
Yes, pillowcases are also no go because some people's bedrooms are very personal and they like to have a very universal look. When I say universal, the color. So you want red, 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 or blue, 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 or some people just want white. Even if they like white, the material may not be what they want. You see, some people want a certain grade of material. So, or anything in the bedding is pretty much out of the zone already. Now, here's a fun one for those of you who are buying for your cousins. Okay, how many of you know the Charlie Brown? There's this boy in the comic Charlie Brown.
Snoopy.
This boy named
Yeah,
Linus.
Snoopy.
Okay, so I don't know, is it Linus or is it one of the kids? He always has this dust cloud.
Yeah, Linus is one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's got this dust cloud that's always following him. He's got this blankie. Okay.
It's blankie.
Now, if you want to be very funny, um, because in Asia we have a Chinese phrase for that blankie. Apparently, that blankie that Linus holds is kind of like his security.
Yes,
It gives him security. We call it a chocho. A chocho, basically, if you translate it to Mandarin, it means smelly, smelly. Because, as with how Linus is always attached to that particular thing, that thing starts to smell, and we call it chocho because you are so attached to it. You don't, even if you send it to the laundry machine, you're like, it's got to come out to me quickly. So obviously people they call it chocho. And if you want to be very funny with this is just for jokes and giggles though, you can always buy it to your cousin who's like, oh, I think you need a new a new security blanket. Now here's something new for you. And if they've always been pranking you with some funny unusual gift, and you know what they are, you know that they have a particular funny gift, you can also do that to them as well and buy them a security blanket.
Ah,
All right, but
I was
please
like,
buy. Yeah.
I had one of those when I was young, probably up until I was about 10 or 12, but it was a little piece of fur. A little
A
piece,
fur. Oh,
piece
a
of, I think
fur.
it's bunny rabbit
Okay.
fur that I used to, I was always holding it and rubbing it against my face, my security blanket.
So so anything within the bedding category. Thank you for sharing, Mrs. Dodger. Anything within the bedding category is out already. Now, where you can stretch is the cooking and dining. Now, there is also where I would say, if you know your family members, okay, female colleagues. Now, if you know some female colleagues, they like baking. Okay, you go for lunch with them. They always go to baking shop and they always buy like baking tools or something. You can buy the bakeware for them, but again, you're kind of falling in between whether they like it or not. So if you don't want to be like buying something unnecessary, my greatest advice is always go with cutlery. Okay. Now, when I say cutlery, some people will say, "Oh yeah, but I prefer like golden cutlery." Well, golden cutlery is golden cutlery. But now we're on a Marks and Spencer website, so I'm just going to temporarily stop sharing, and let me just share with you where I would. Um, Let me just see if I can find it. Here we go. So there is a very good brand. Okay, not too expensive. Let me just share with you guys. All right, share it here. Let me just go. Okay, so in Asia, for us, WMF is so called like one of the premium um, cutlery products that people would
Brands,
buy.
yeah.
All right. Yes. So you can always go with cutlery sets. All right. Now have I seen these cutlery sets? Yes. Would I love to own one? Yes, I do have some. It's
I was going to
somewhere
say,
in my
are they quite expensive? Because cutlery in general is quite expensive.
Yes, I think Mrs. Dodger, it depends on the grade. And that particular set, I think they have those special sets, whereby they have certain designs, like the Mickey, anything that has like a novelty like Mickey Mouse or something that has like Marvels or something or Disney Frozen, the prices may be more expensive. If you went with the very universal ones, okay, so let me see. If we went with the plain, let me call it the plain ones. Okay, so we went the plain ones, you're along the safer side. Now, why I would say if you gave cutlery to people, they can't really say, "Oh, I don't like cutlery." At some point, someone's gonna need some very nice silverware. Doesn't matter if it's a daily use or for expensive dinner that they hold in their house. To me, cutlery is one of the safe areas you can go and purchase, especially the silver ones. Don't buy the ones. Some people think that gold is a bit too much. Okay, but the ones with the silver, you can actually get away with it as well. And you want something that people will be able to use. And truth be told, a lot of times when you buy the high-end cutlery, some people don't want to use it. They only break it out when there's like a big party. So at the end of the day, whether they use it for big party or for daily, you've already accomplished it. So you can't go wrong.
I think,
And I personally, sorry, Mrs. Dodger, go ahead.
Traditionally in the UK, cutlery is the kind of thing that's given at weddings. When you're going to a person's wedding, you'll give them some cutlery. It's not really a Christmas present as such.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Dodger. So yes, you're right, because when my sister got married to a German, people gave cutlery as well. It's a very European thing. Cutlery, and there were bowls and plates.
They tend to have a wedding list, and you can choose off the list, which is actually quite good because you can buy them something that they do want. So a bit like same with gift vouchers.
Yes. Here's also a top tip. thanks to Mrs. Dodger to share about the wedding aspect of cutlery as well. Now, if you know of friends who just recently got married or they're moving into a new home, okay, this is really thoughtful gifts. Okay, they're moving into a new home, or they're starting a family. Cutlery is actually not a bad gift, even though even if your culture I'll use word dictates, okay, generally identifies cutlery which is meant for weddings and all these things. People who move into new homes, you can always bless them with cutlery. Even like those like bottle openers, can openers, they're definitely going to need a good set of bottle openers, can openers,
Yes.
and yeah. How many times have you went into the kitchen? Yes, Miss Dodger, and like, oh, where's the can opener? And you're like, oh, this one's turned rusty already, or that one's spot. So it's always good if you give someone a useful gift: bottle openers, can openers, yeah. Even oh yes, what do you call those things? The knife sets, yes, the knife sets. I think there is, yeah.
Nice.
So there are, the ones that they sell in a big block, Mrs. Dodger, the knife
Yeah.
sets, yeah, knife block sets. So now knife block sets are very interesting because let's say if someone gave me a knife block set, okay, I wouldn't say that it's not useful. At some point, I'm definitely going to need to use it, and I would like to use it. And a knife block set, number one, you have so many pieces. You've got like knives to cut fruits, okay? Apparently, there are different knives you can use to cut fruits, for bread, for fish, all right? Even for peeling, right? Peeling, and the main thing, why am I showing WMF is because in my knowledge, WMF in Asia for Singapore is considered one of the best brands for a good cutlery. Yeah. And generally, when you give WMF to people in Singapore or in Asia, because of the branding, you see that made in Germany, they're like, oh, automatically the appreciation level hits the top. It's like basically giving someone a BMW or a Mercedes of cutlery.
I never knew that. Right, I've written that down. WF cutlery.
WMF, yeah.
WMF. Okay.
Fun fact about my father: he used to work in WMF. He went to India back in the early 80s, and then he was training with WMF. They had a training school. And then my father made some pen pals over in Germany, who stayed in the town of Geislingen. Okay, Geislingen, which is probably outside of Stuttgart or something. Yeah, and I remember visiting those pen pals when I was much younger. Okay, so just off topic, I just thought for those of you who are thinking of like we were talking about cutlery, and I thought about this for you guys as well. Okay, so WMF actually has a lot of, they do pots and pans, okay? Since we talk about pots and pans, okay, saucers, I think generally are quite okay. Saucers, you're going to give saucer or something to someone. It's not wrong, Personally, I think that I've seen the saucers, okay, saucepans, for example, from WMF. I think they're pretty good, actually. Yeah. And everybody's going to cook something at some point. And sorry, Mrs. Dodger.
Very practical. Very practical.
Yes. And for those of you who are parents to be, okay, or you are a parent and you are sending your teenage son off to college and for university, and you want to train them how to cook, here's the gist of it. If they're going to use it, good for them. If they're not going to use it, never mind. You have taken the effort. You have, teach a man to fish, he's fed for life. Give him the tools. So you give him the tools, he's got to learn. So it's a great way to, as a present, I personally, I wouldn't mind if someone gave me a saucepan when I was at university, because people kept using my saucepan. When I say people, it's people in my dormitory. They kept using my saucepan, and someone apparently burned my frying pan to the ground. So that was the worst disaster ever, because nothing is a worse disaster for a university student to come up, want to cook breakfast, and find out that your frying pan has been burned.
frying pan.
Oh
Dear.
yeah. And I don't know how they managed to make Teflon, okay, a Teflon frying pan burn to a crisp.
Actually, the same happened to us as well. We went away for one Christmas a couple of years ago, and a friend of
Hmm.
mine stayed in our house because she's got an extended family, and our house was able to accommodate them all. Anyway, when we came back, one of my frying pans was I couldn't find it. Finally found it at the bottom of the stack of the pans that I've got, and I don't know what they'd done to it because it they had murdered it, and it was completely burnt
Oh
inside and
no.
out. And they'd obviously tried to clean it as well and hadn't been very successful. But the thing is, I wouldn't have minded. Just tell me, you know. I don't mind. I had no idea what they did. I wondered if they put it in our oven, which is quite hot.
Oh dear.
Anyway, yes.
So definitely, as what Mrs. Dodger has shared, if you had roommates, friends that you accidentally burned their their cookware to the ground, okay, now would be some good karma to buy them back something, okay, for Christmas. And they said, look, I know I burned something, but here's something to pay you back with, and it's a
Yes,
lot better.
replace it. If you
It's
do
okay.
something, replace it.
Roommates, for those of you who are roommates, okay, if you have burned someone's frying pan or you have borrowed someone's frying pan, you have burned it to a crisp, admit it and buy them a new one, okay? Now, it doesn't have to be WMF. It doesn't have to be the one that Jamie Oliver or Gordon Ramsay uses. Okay, nobody's asking you to buy top shelf like
Oh my
cookware,
goodness,
okay?
changing the subject slightly. Y2k,
Yeah.
there is Gordon Ramsay is actually advertising a brand of Hexon or something, frying pans. I did look to see how much they were, and they were crazy prices
Oh
for a
no.
frying. Absolutely crazy. These people must be made of money. Suffice to say, I will not be.
Oh, I wouldn't buy it either because I think they're paying for the branding and the
Yeah,
advertising. That's why it's
yeah.
very expensive. Yeah. So I think saucepans are good, frying pans are good, cutlery, okay. Cutlery sets are very nice. Sorry?
I'm not sure,
Which
but
one are
if
you
you
not
know
sure
the
with?
if you know the person wants that as a present, that's fine. But that's
Mm.
anyway, my personal choice.
No doubt. I would say that cutlery is, based on it, for me, it's still quite all right. But as Mrs. Dodger did sound the concerns, study your receivers. Study your receivers, okay? So now since we're here, baking stuff is 50-50. Don't really, unless you really know that they love baking, then you can buy something they need. Okay, but at the same time, you need to know, like, either it's a colleague or a relative. If you have the opportunity to just quiz and say, "Hey, I want to do some baking too. What would you recommend? I Do you have one of these, baking tools?" Be creative about your questions when you're asking them to find out what they want for Christmas or what they may be lacking for Christmas. All right. Tableware. All right. Tableware is something. Okay. Corkscrew and bottle openers, and like earlier we said, like there was corkscrew, bottle openers, can openers. I think those are quite ingenious. But these are gifts, I can tell you, that is very nice if you give it to people that are like within your peers. All right, that you're like, oh, I know he loves to drink a lot of wine. I know they I know they're like friends of you. They're very close friends. They're like your chaps in a
So,
bar, or yeah.
talking about wine,
Mm.
would alcohol be given? Would it be okay to give alcohol in your country as presents? Because it's very traditional here. A bottle of whiskey or a bottle of vodka or
It's hard for Asia because I understand what you're saying. Generally, I think for in Europe or in the US, they like to give a very nice French,
yeah.
chateau something, a very nice French wine or something. Interestingly, in Asia, if you gave someone a bottle of wine, it's still quite all right. But the thing is, you need to know that they do drink. They do drink. Number one, they need to drink. They are drinkers.
Yes.
Um,
Right.
Number two, they need to be able to appreciate the wine. If they don't even drink at all, there's no point. Then there's the category of hard liquor. Okay, some people, if you buy them Jack Daniels, they're like, oh, I don't like the woody flavor of Jack Daniels. Then they're pretty much done, because unless if you go clubbing, you go pubbing with them, and they've been ordering a particular drink. Now, for those gents or ladies, you go out for a ladies' night, or for gents, you go out with your chaps, and you're like, oh, he always orders gin and tonic, he orders gin, whiskey on the rocks, or maybe he orders a mojito or something like that. So if you know, and you see the bartender, because you're sitting at the bar, okay? If you're sitting at the bar, you can see the bartender preparing all these things. Or they go to a particular bar, and you can see the bartender preparing it with certain ingredients. Now, if the ingredients are not too complex, okay, if you're saying like a flaming Lamborghini or like Sex on the Beach or something that's very exotic, okay, there's a lot of ingredients. It's not just one ingredient. But if they're very much like a person like me, all right, for example, I drink a lot of things neat. So while we are on the subject, okay, I'm just going to temporarily stop sharing. I do have a bottle of Jägermeister,
Oh,
okay?
yuck.
Now, for example, if someone was to give me a present, okay, the one thing they do know that I do drink hard liquor, and I'm very
You
adventurous.
like
So that means
Jägermeister. Okay.
correct. So if you're a person like me, are very adventurous, you wouldn't mind trying Jägermeister, or you wouldn't mind trying Jack Daniels or Johnny Walker's, okay? For example, Johnny Walker's. Now, there are a few whiskeys that I did experiment, like Southern Comfort, which tasted a bit like cough medication, which is very weird. But from Mrs. Dodger and the Escapement Show panelists, since we are having a Christmas celebration, cheers to all of you, okay?
Thank you. I'm raising my
Whatever,
glass of water in your honor.
no problem. And to everyone, Prost, salute,
Merry
or
Christmas.
cheers. Yeah,
So you're a Jägermeister boy.
I do drink Jägermeister. When I say I drink it neat like that.
Oh,
I quite
devil's
like,
liquid.
yeah, I quite like it the way it is. Okay, so just to stick on topic with Mrs. Dodge about liquor, giving liquor as gifts. Now you need to know, because liquor is almost the same as, is very particular, especially with anything that's going to do with taste. Okay, liquid taste. You really have to know that person well. If they are always drinking one particular brand and you buy them that brand, it's fine, because they like, oh, good, I have more whiskey to drink, or I have more, rum. That's fine. But if they're not willing to try exotic flavors, okay, there's one they call Fireball. Okay, so it's a very interesting whiskey. It's called Fireball. Now, if they were to drink Fireball, okay, it's very hot. It's like drinking Red Label, and you are literally on fire. Okay, So if they're not adventurous, they're not appreciate, they're not like it. In fact, so always, if you want to buy whiskey, hard liquor, any kind of hard liquor to anybody, you have to make sure that they are always drinking it all the time, so they can appreciate it.
I
Or
think
even
that's quite an easy thing is not necessarily champagne here, but prosecco.
Prosecco, yeah.
That's like a celebratory drink that's given quite a lot.
Yeah. So, anyways, let me move on. So we were talking about tablewares. Let me just share my screen. Yeah. Okay. So we were talking about tableware. So anything that's tools in the kitchen would be helpful, But don't give these to if you are a boyfriend, girlfriend, please don't give tableware, because let me ask you one simple question: is it romantic or not for Christmas? Hey, just ask this question: is that a romantic gift or not? Okay. Anytime you're not sure about buying a present for the opposite sex, okay, if you are dating or you're courting someone, do research, all right? Be observant with the shops they go in. Especially for gents, if the lady likes to go shopping, it's a bit boring. I can understand to constantly be, following her into like this shop, that shop. But if you are courting, these are simple things that you need to understand. Her tastes, her likes. You need to listen. You need to look. You need to watch. You need to be observant about. She's picking these few things up. And then ask, do you like this design and all this? Craft your questions where it helps you to make that Christmas purchasing decisions as well. Okay. So I found something else I found quite interesting for people who like to drink tea and coffee. Okay. For me, I love coffee. Okay. So if you bought me coffee pots and French presses, they're great because I could always use French presses anytime. Yeah. So let me see. Insulation jug. Tea and coffee. So thermos, yes. Excellent. So thermos, all right, is a great present. Now, why am I saying thermos is a great present? Although some people are like, why are you giving me mugs? Okay. I personally think that when there was a point in time when there was in my own company where I work, and they said no mugs, and there was a big sign for Christmas Secret Santa, no mugs, no cups, no this and that. Okay, but I think that if you give someone a thermos, especially if they are working in a line where they have to be exposed to temperature like cold weather or maybe hot weather, and you give them something like a cooler thermos or thermos that can do both hot and cold, which is great. There are a few brands that can do that. Okay, one of them is called Oasis, and they can actually hold cold liquids and hot liquids. Hot liquids for I think 24 hours and cold liquids for about 12 hours. So they're really good. If you have spouses who are working in like late in the wee hours in the morning, they're working in either in a call center or they're working in fire and emergency services, thermos is a great gift because they can always put coffee, soup, hot chocolate, they call it Milo or Ovaltine or Ovalmaltine or what you call it, into your thermos, and it will be great. And the thing about buying a thermos, okay? Now I have an example here. Right, let me just stop sharing for a moment so you guys can see. Now I have this big thermos here. Now this thermos, right? The base is very huge. All right. Do I have a ruler here? Yes, I do have a ruler. Okay, so this is a ruler that is about 15 centimeters tall. So this is 15 centimeters, right? So now if you're going to think for those people who are going to be driving, okay, and they put this in their car, you need to make sure that this can fit in the car, which means that you cannot buy a thermos that's too big. Now this is a very big thermos, yeah? So it's a bit questionable whether the base can fit into the car cup holders, for those who are, your spouses may be driving buses or like, working long hours in the car or, on the truck. So you need to consider if the thermos can fit in. So buy one that can actually fit in well. Yeah. Okay, so that's what I would say for thermos wise. Okay. Mrs. Dodger, any thoughts so far for thermos?
It's not something I use. Well, we do occasionally when we travel back to England. If we're driving, I tend to make coffee in a thermos. But my friends, I've noticed a lot of my friends do have them. It's not something I use.
I see. Okay, so let me just check our questions in our chats.
It's gone a bit quiet.
Yeah, Timepiece Bob. Yes, enjoy. Thank you for supporting. Do enjoy the World Cup. I think enjoy the football. What is this? Okay. Mont Blanc has an amazing new line of men bags and of course the black extreme line. Yeah. Mont Blanc. Okay, Mont Blanc. I think it's great. My limited knowledge is they do pens. Yes, very silly of me. I know. Yeah, but you got to remember, the very first rule about buying Christmas present is always understanding your budget. How much are you willing to spend?
I think Mont Blanc would take all of your budget for everybody's presents.
Pretty much, yeah, because it's not like, okay, it's not like $50. It's gonna be at least about, you're looking about three digits to 4 digits minimum. Okay. Oh yes. Before I do move on, so while we are talking about that, we can also look at pens. Okay. Now I know in within the community we have Saad. Okay. Saad actually is a pen aficionado, and he would definitely put his money on Mont Blanc. Now, Mont Blanc is wonderful. If you are buying presents, higher end presents to your spouses, go for, if you have the money, you can spend it. You can buy a nice pen. Go right ahead and get, a high end pen. No one's stopping you. But if you're buying it for friends or like, people that you're like, nah, you're quite okay, but you don't want to burn a big hole in your wallet, you can always, let me just do this, okay? You can go for Parker pens, okay? Now, why do I recommend Parker pens? For a reason. Let me just quickly bring you guys there. Right, Parker pens.
Yeah, I'm partial to a Parker pen.
Ah, wonderful. Right, so Parker pens, I would now just gotta remember, ladies and gentlemen, that when I do showcase any gift ideas here, I do want to make sure that they are definitely within the affordable range. Okay, they may be a bit pricey, but at the very least affordable. Sorry, Mrs. Dodger, did you say something?
No, I didn't. I was sorry.
Oh.
That was Dodger.
Oh.
Dodger bringing me a drink.
Oh, okay. So you can definitely think about. Okay, here's an interesting thing. All right, if you want to buy pens, you can always do ballpoint pens. Now, I know it's very cool about buying someone a fountain pen. Okay, but the problem with buying a fountain pen is that they must like using a fountain pen, because there
Yes.
is it's a certain art
There's
using
an
fountain
art to using a fountain pen. Well, yes.
Exactly, Mrs. Dodger. And if you buy a fountain pen for someone and they don't know how to use it, okay, I'll admit I'm one of them. Okay, someone bought me. I have two people who bought me fountain pens. They're still in my cupboard. The problem is that you need to know how to use it, and at the same time, they are a little bit. It's kind of like, it's almost like a manual winding watch, I would say, if we since in the watch community. You need to know how to use them very well. Because if you don't like extract the ink out when you're not using it, it can dry up and it can dry the tip up. Yeah. Then you have a bigger problem. So my best recommendation, ladies and gentlemen, is to always get a ballpoint pen. You can't go wrong. I know these are practical gifts, okay? And the good thing about pens, okay? You can give them to male and female or anybody and they cannot complain. Right? Because everybody at some point is going to need a pen. Day in, day out, they can write grocery lists, they're signing contracts, they're making notes or something, they're talking or anything. They're going to need a pen at some point. So you can't go wrong with a pen. And and
right.
Of course,
I
sorry.
would not say no to a pen ever. I love them. I have quite a collection, not in the Sard range of pens, but I do like pens. Actually,
Mrs. Dodger, same.
Favorite shop would be somewhere that's got lots of pens and stationery and things like that.
Exactly. So, as Mrs. Dodger has shared, thank you so much for sharing. Is that even for ladies too, if you give a pen, the thing about pens is that they're very flexible. So the real deal, what do you need to concern about is ballpoint or fountain. So if you want to be safe and convenience, just get a ballpoint pen. The next thing you need to think about is design and color. You can always look at how a person dresses. Generally, you can always go for the corporate look, black and gold, black and silver, full silver. I generally like silver, full silver and gold clips. I call it the little pen clip, the top with the arrow. I call it the pen clip. So I like it with a bit of two-tone. Yeah, we've really applied what we learned in watches to pens. Two-tone pens, silver and gold, or three-tone, black, silver and gold. You can do that too as well. And if you really want to be personal, engrave it. You engrave their names, and it makes it more personal to them with a nice box as well. Yeah, and the nice thing about Parker pens is that they're still within the affordable range, and they make great gifts as well. That also includes mechanical pencils. Now, if you want to go one further, you can buy the refills for them too. Yeah, you can buy like the blue or the black refills for them, and it will be actually very useful so that when they run out, they don't have to go to the shop to buy it. They actually have a backup already. Okay, so that's for pens, right? Let me just check our chats. Do we have anything so far? No, we are doing good. All right, now we're going to move on to something very interesting. Okay, we're going to do something a bit more interesting for our North American friends who may prefer something a bit more rugged. You're the man or you're the woman of the household. You want to be rugged, and you don't want a gift that's a bit too non-functional. Okay, you want to give that's more practical, more useful, something that can actually save you when you're in dire needs. Okay, so this is
I'm intrigued.
Oh, wonderful! Glad you're intrigued, Mrs. Dodger. So here's a real fact. Okay, now I went to an auto shop. Okay, and I actually looked up gifts. All right. And for my male colleague, he bought me not table wires. He bought me cell phone, mobile phone charging cables. Very practical gift. It's very normal. The one that's got 3 heads. It's got the Android head, micro USB, and the Apple charging head, so I can plug it into any kind of mobile device. Generally, men do buy gifts for men to men. It's normally, especially in a professional setting in the workplace, if it's a colleague in the same grade or maybe superior to subordinate, they normally might buy gifts that are a bit more functional, more useful. So for my colleague, although he's much higher on the food chain than I am, what I bought him was very interesting. In the auto shop, they actually sold. Let me just quickly see if they have it here. Okay, I know the shop's name. They actually sold something which is meant to fix your car tires if you are out there in the sticks. Okay, let me see if they have it.
Or is it something you inject into it?
Oh, yes. And they also included an inflator too, an electric inflator. Let me see. Is it this one? Emergency products. Right. Let me just pull it up for everyone here. Right. We are doing this specially for you guys. So this is something you can consider. For those of you friends who are car nuts, vehicle nuts, or bikers, and you just happen to know that they're going to go on a trip or something, okay? Or even if you're going to give something to your husbands or your uncles, your grandfathers, your dads, okay? And you know that they don't have this in their car, okay? Now, these I would say are extremely good gifts. Why? Because they're emergency products. And I actually can atone to one of them because one morning I woke up and I went down to my condo garage and my tire was completely flat, flat. And then my security guard told me, "Sir, your tire is flat. What do you want to do? Do you need to call a tow truck?" I said, "Hold on, let me check the tire." So I checked the tire, and I find a nail sticking out of it. Okay, it's not a very big nail, but it's sufficient enough to make it lose air. So the car tire is completely flat. The car is already tilted, listing to one side. So what I do is that because I've got this tire compressor kit, okay. Now, obviously, it depends on how bad the puncture is in the wheel. If you buy this for someone, it can really save them if they're in the sticks or in the boonies or out in the wild, where they have no emergency kits to fix the tire. If you buy them emergency tire kit, okay, this one is very easy. You plug that little the 12-volt battery thing into the car, and then you turn it on, and then you just put the golden tip connector. Let me just move it down. Okay? You move the golden tip connector, which is this end, all right, to the tire, where they put the air in, you pump it in, and you can inflate the tire. Now, what this can help you, okay, this is actually just extra, is that it can help you decide. It can actually help you decide if the tire needs to be changed on the spot, or if you're still in the city, you can find a nearby tire shop and then fix a tire at the tire shop. Now, what happened to me was I managed to fill my tire with air. I pumped it up until it was quite hard, and I kind of waited about 5 minutes, and they were still leaking, but it was very, very minute. So the top trick to surviving this, you pump your tire slightly above what they say. Okay, so if you're about, let's say in PSI, if your tires is recommending 220 PSI, you give it about 240 PSI. Okay, slightly a bit more, because you need to get yourself to the tire shop, and you may run into traffic jams, you may run into road humps, anything can go wrong. So if you want to get the extra mileage, put in a bit more air into the tires, and you can make it there. And not just for car tires, you can put it for bike tires, soccer balls. These are great. This is a great gift idea. If you have an auto shop, you can definitely get this as an emergency. And so they've got 3 types of adapters. For bicycles, balls, soccer balls. Sports balls, and they do have a built-in safety valve to prevent overfilling, and they have a maximum pressure of 450 pascals. And these are very small kits you can put in your car boot. So if you're traveling, they will be a lifesaver to you, because that will give you some time, okay, to make it to your tire shop or the next petrol station where you can actually borrow a jack to jack your car up, or even have a jack, you can jack your car up to pump out your tires as well. All right. So this is one gift I thought that was very useful. Let me just stop
Very
sharing.
practical. Very practical, Y2k.
Yeah. So for those of you who are viewing from North America, let me just share my screen. You can do. Sorry?
I don't know if you wanted to know what the score is at the World Cup.
Oh, let's shoot away, please.
2-0 to Argentina.
Who are they playing against today?
Yeah. Argentina versus France, 37 minutes. Yep, 2-0. Looks like Argentina's going to win.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, I digress. I apologize.
Okay, no worries. All good.
Do you have any romantic gifts, Y2k?
Yes, I do. But they're quite a very limited list of romantic gifts, because as with all romantic gifts, as Mrs. Dodger is saying, they're very personal. So
Yes.
I have seen people. Okay, now since we're in the watch channel, some people do give watches to wife to husband, girlfriend to boyfriend, or if the wife or the girlfriend happens to be a watch fanatic, they do give watches as well. So you can actually think about giving watches to your loved ones, especially.
Sorry, Y2k. Would your wife buy you a watch?
She might, but I told her not to.
Okay.
Yeah, I told her not to.
Would she know what you want though? Is it something she'd know your choice in watches, or would she buy you something randomly hoping you'd like it?
She wouldn't dare. I would say highly that she wouldn't dare to buy me something that she wouldn't know that I like,
Okay.
because she do know. Generally, I think whenever she sees me go past a watch boutique, she would say, "Do you want to see the watches?" And I say, "Oh, is it? I'll take a look." But generally,
does she like your choice of watches?
Does she like?
Does she like your choice of watches? Your watch style?
I think she's always been very respectable to my choices. So she's always said that, oh, this is very pretty, that's very nice, and all my watches, in a way, I always share with her what's the story behind the watches. Yeah, is there a story behind it? Is there a backstory to it? Why would you buy this piece and all those things? So I think for my wife, especially, she strays away from buying watches because she knows that it's very personal for me. But she does know one real truth. I like very chunky monkey watches.
Yes, you do.
Yes, very chunky watches. So she would generally, let me pick it on my own. This Christmas is a bit more hard for me because my vehicle's gearbox gave out. Well, it didn't gave out, but it was going a bit wonky. So I spent quite a lump sum of money to fix the gearbox. So I kind of just threw any notions of any Christmas presents out the window.
Yeah.
But I still managed to buy for my colleagues, and my wife was just happy that she got to eat at a lovely sushi bar. And and we spent the last few days right in just behind here watching movies, in night with Marks and Spencer's
Spending some
peppermint
quality
chocolate.
time.
Oh yeah, quality time. And we went to visit places, and we had fine, wonderful food and everything. So it was very memorable, for us. Yeah, but I think for romantic gifts, which is a good point that Mrs. Dodger has brought up, especially for those. Let me start from one very interesting tier. Okay, if you are looking to buy very romantic gifts, right? There are a few things. I know that sometimes as teenagers, and you're thinking about, oh, I want to buy a nice necklace for that girl that I'm seeing or I'm courting. There is a few options you can go with. Now, one very affordable option, which I think is quite interesting. I don't know if they have it in Europe. It's called Swarovski. Do you know this brand?
Oh yes, sure.
Yes.
I know well.
Yeah, so Swarovski is actually one good brand that I would recommend for those of you who are looking to get something for your loved ones. Now, this means that you have been dating someone for a while, and you're looking to please, to please them and to show them that you actually love them, and you're picking a jewelry. And is also very personal too, because jewelry, some people like different colors of jewelry. So mostly if you're looking at crystals or cubic zirconium, they have different colors. So, and also sizes as well. Yeah. So if you're looking for a simple jewelry, now I'm just saying from my own experience with my own wife, so this is Y2k, is that she does like jewelry that's not too big, small jewelry, that's also a bit more beautiful, unique. Okay. So something like this one, the Swarovski sparkling dance necklace, not too big, just nice, Yeah. Simple chain. Yeah. So these are actually very simple. The thing you need to figure out is the kind of design, the setting of the stones and all these things. Yeah, you need to figure out if this is something they like, So there are also different colors. You've got the one in blue, one in red. This is one with a different color. Looks like a bit of neutral, and this is with a bit of gold. So you need to figure out in terms of jewelry, is it really what they like or not? Yeah. What do you think, Mrs. Dodger?
Oh no, I'm a fan of Swarovski. I've always liked them from when they first started many, many moons ago. I do like them. I have a few things myself, actually.
Wow. So and one thing about Swarovski, as I've shared, as Mrs. Dodger will also can share with you, is that they are very well known around the world. You can't go wrong with them. Now, necklaces are fine. Now, the only thing I would advise people when it comes to jewelry for buying a significant other is earrings. Okay. Now, Mrs. Dodger can chime in anytime. Earrings is there is a rule that I would generally say that if you don't know that person very well, even for Mrs. Y2k, I know that she doesn't quite like to blingy ones. She does like the pearl ones. So it's not necessarily true that if you are courting someone, you buy the most shiny one, brighter, shinier, more flashier ones, means that it's what
I
they
think,
would
as you said,
like.
flat. Yeah.
Yeah. Even the cute, I call the cute ones. For example, like teddy bracelets and all. Some women, I'm sorry to say, might not quite like the very cute ones, like these ones, like the teddy bracelets here. Okay, it's not. Some people don't really like this kind of like charm. Okay. Now, what I would suggest again, why am I saying is a universal gift? So go with something that's a bit more universal. Let me just do this jewelry, so necklaces. So necklaces, I highly recommend you get one with a neutral color. Nothing too fancy. Can be a simple heart. Can be a little simple circular one. Okay, without too much color. And the thing about the lesser the when I say lesser the color means that nothing too bright and too bombastic. Where you think about if you're buying it for a significant other, a lady, a woman you're courting, you want them to be able to match the dresses because when they wear like, it doesn't matter if they wear a shirt or a blouse or sequins dress or a evening dress. It can be dark color, it can be light color. You want the jewelry that's able to blend in. When I say blend in, but at the same time stick out, and doesn't stick out like in your face jewelry, but one that's actually more smooth,
Subtle.
yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Dollar. Very subtle, very unique. Now, of course, if you know that they like a lot of colorful things, same thing. You still need to be very cautious because someone who may like something colorful, then you might fall into the area where they might ask for the different separate charms. Each of the charms that hold a different color, they have to be able to like it. So my best bet is always to go with something that's very simple. With a simple neutral color, a white color or a clear color crystal or stone might suit best as well. Of course, same thing. If a choker chain, I call this almost like a choker chain. Okay.
Yeah.
Not every woman likes a choker chain, even if you are dating someone who's a bit more goth. Okay, goth, GOTH, basically someone who likes a lot of goth jewelry. And the thing about choker chain is that if you are bringing someone literally to Swarovski, okay, and you tell them, "Oh, pick one, I'll buy it for you," that's fine. And they pick this one because they like it, that's fine. But buying a choker chain for a lady might not be always the wisest idea because number one, the choker chain, it's limited. When I say limited, it's limited to what they're wearing. So they can't really wear it to the office because sometimes it might look a bit too wild, too rowdy. They also don't want to wear it to dinners because it doesn't look very exquisite. So you need to be very smart with your buying decision. Is you need to buy a jewelry that's able to be in between, where it's very unique. That it's like a jewelry that almost like one size fits all for events. Like if you look at this one, dancing swan necklace here, this was still quite fine. Yeah, this could quite fine if they like the swan or they like birds in general. If not, they choose one that has at least some emphasis. I think Swarovski actually did do a signature on this one. A stone necklace, the crisscross. I call it the crisscross here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is actually one that is very particularly attractive. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
nice.
So
Nice. The swan is actually the Swarovski emblem as well.
Okay.
That's what they do it a lot.
Thank you, Mrs. Dodger. I almost forgot already. Yes, so as what Mrs. Dodger says, the swan, thank you, Mrs. Dodger, is actually signature. So you can always buy something that's signature too. So people will know it's Swarovski as well. Yeah, and if you don't know, just go with the safe bet. Go with one that's got this one. Okay. This is my take on it, but you need to study and analyze your partner's tastes. She has to be able to like it. Not everybody will like it, but in a sense, this is tantamount to showing an effort as well. Yeah. I certainly do hope that this does help. In terms of romantic gifts. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Dodger.
No, I just said thank you. That's yeah.
Oh yeah. Now, if any of you are thinking of flowers and you think that flowers, now I say fresh flowers is romantic gifts, it's nice. It's nice that you bring flowers, but the problem with flowers is they will wither and they will die at some point. So if you're going to be bringing flowers, you need to top the flowers up with something physical, a physical gift as well, like a necklace or something, or a necklace with a card, the full assortment, flowers, card, gift. You know, the well, I wouldn't call it the holy trinity of gifts, but the three-step. Yeah, the three-step is what you really need: flowers, card, and gift. You know, once again, you might consider, yes, but maybe my partner likes bags. But you gotta remember, bags are something that's very personal, especially for women, because they might prefer an Hermes bag, an LV, or Prada. So yeah, unless you are dating someone, all right, who perpetually works in a gym. Okay, if you're dating a lady who's a gym instructor, okay, and she's super sporty, okay, and throughout the time you've been dating her, you have never ever seen her not wear, carry a very expensive bag, right? But she always wears like sports outfits, like Lululemon, Under Armour, and she always has backpacks and like maybe sling bags and all this. You may be able to get away with getting something sporty for her. Yes, because that's why I say you need to study your partner to make sure that she actually has been using, you know, sporty bags and sporty clothing and everything. But this is only a very rare to a small breed of women whose lifeblood is about the gym. Being training instructors, sporty women who like great outdoors and all those things. Yeah. Uh, in terms of earrings, I would say let's not do earrings, especially for romantic gifts. Rings are also a bit on now. Okay, that's a very good thing that I see rings. Okay, for those who are courting, okay, and if you're still courting, you are still in the boyfriend girlfriend stage. If you buy a ring for a girl, it's fine. If now when I say fine, it's like if you are buying something as a cute thing, and you're moving up the ladder, to slowly get to let her know that you love her and you care for her, and you are starting to get a very deep feel for her, and you want to show appreciation and your passion for her. It's fine. However, at the same time, do understand that now Mrs. Dodgen can correct me on this because it's only fair that I get a lady's feedback on this. If you work your way up a ring, at some point the lady will expect at some point an engagement ring, perhaps. I use the word perhaps because you are working your way up. So I would have Mrs. Dodger correct me on that if I'm wrong or not.
No, you are right. Yes. The situation arose with myself and Dodger. He bought me a ring and I was a bit confused because it looked like an engagement ring, but it wasn't an engagement ring. It was a ring. So we did have to clarify that at the time.
Yes. So with what Mrs. Dodger has shared is that there must be very clear um, clarification. However, you can also hurt your women. Hurt the woman you might eventually, maybe you want to get married, by saying, oh, by the way, this is just a ring.
Yes.
Sometimes if you say it like this, you're going to hurt them. You say like, oh,
It can be a bit disappointing to say the least, but no, it's actually it's a lot easier to buy things for somebody once you're married to them.
why are we having this discussion of like, oh, the ring is just as a friendship
the ring
ring.
is a ring. It's
so the key thing is you need to be very, very sensitive. And if you cannot think like a woman, go and do your research online and read up about topics about buying rings for women.
Y2k, I do not envy gentlemen buying for ladies because we are notoriously hard to buy for. And I had a friend, he put so much thought and effort into buying usually a piece of jewelry for his wife. And she never liked his choices and she'd always end up taking them back, which is great because you can take them back. But the thing is, I knew how much time and effort he put into choosing this for her, but it was never right. So I do appreciate that. I think it's a hard job for gentlemen to buy women jewelry.
Yeah. But just to share with everyone, before I got engaged with Mrs. Y2k, one of the things I actually, brought Mrs. Y2k was to go ring shopping for a nice engagement ring. I told Mrs. Y2k, look, I would like to get you a very, very beautiful engagement ring, but the problem is, I don't know what kind of cutting stone you might like. I don't know, but I need your help. I need you to show me what you might like, and I would like to buy that for you. So you can do that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you can offer to your lover and tell them, you know what, let's move our relationship to the next level. But I would like to buy it for you instead of me buying something that you may not like. And any reasonable, sensible woman would definitely understand your request. To definitely get that for them. But once again, to wrap up for rings, for gifts, for romantic gifts, it's a bit tricky unless, even if you're married, even right now, if you ask me, would you buy for Mrs. I would ask Mrs. Y2k, you go pick one and I pay for it.
Yes,
Yes.
well, Dodger's like that. Also,
Yeah.
with Dodger, myself, and handbags, he's very lucky in a way because I'm not a designer handbag lady. I like handbags, but I will choose something that I actually think is attractive. I don't go by the fact that it's got a name attached to it. It's like I have some very, very cheap handbags, and I have some fairly expensive handbags, but I don't go down the Fendi or the Louis
Hermes
Vuitton or
route.
whatever.
Yeah.
No.
So we have squared away earrings, no go. Rings are also. Oh, hang on a minute. Rings are also no go. Now, of course, you might say, how about bracelets?
Bracelets. I think bracelets are a very good choice. I don't think you can go too far wrong with bracelets.
So, Mrs. Dodger, why would you say that you would never go wrong with bracelets? What would be the attributes?
This is my own personal choice. I wear bracelets more than I wear necklaces, I'll be honest. Possibly because of my situation. I'm not at work anymore. But I just find them easier to wear. I don't know what it is about them. I prefer them more than diamonds are about a girl's best friend. Yes.
Would the diamonds count? Would the cubic zirconium be part of this diamond category?
Well, of course you can have cubic zirconium. We can have both. I just think they're kind of easy. Bracelets are easy to wear.
Thank you, Mrs. Dodger. So as you can tell, bracelets to me, I personally think that are actually quite cool. They're very different. Of course, the only thing you need to figure out is the charms, and the design of the bracelets. Like for example, this one, the Swarovski symbolic bracelet. Okay, as much as it may look like, wow, there's a lot of things, you get a lot of bang for your buck for all those things. You get so much. I will speak on behalf of my own simple knowledge. As a male, I might think, oh, I'm getting a bang for a buck. More is better because I'm paying that amount, X amount. I'm getting all these charms. It may not necessarily be true because there's too much jingly things around. So some women might not like a lot of jingly things. And obviously there is another brand that is very, very pricey. I don't know if you heard about it, Mrs. Dodger. It's called Pandora.
Pandora, yeah.
So Pandora is also a very nice but very pricey brand as well.
There's another brand called Links of London.
Links of London,
they do lots of charms. They have silver bracelets called sweetie bracelets, and then you add your charms onto them. So it's actually a good way. If you get the initial bracelet, then each year or Christmas or birthdays, people can buy you charms. I've got one, and the only unfortunate thing is I've got so many charms on it now. It's really heavy.
Oh,
Maybe I'll have to get
So-
another bracelet.
So you kind of have to divide the charms to another
Yeah.
one.
Get another bracelet. Absolutely.
Because otherwise you might seem like it might be a very noisy bangle.
I do like
Right.
Pandora because they do have a lot of different charms, unusual charms. But I've never actually bought one, so I should just look at them through the window. Oh, Mrs. Dodger. Oh, okay. He wants me to count the individual diamonds on my jewelry and watches. No, I haven't. I tried to count the diamonds on my Rolex the other day and I lost track. There's so many. Anyway. Thank
Mrs.
you.
Dodger will need a loop. A loop.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you need to do a grid. So generally, I think yeah.
No, I do love my diamonds.
So as with I also remember I emphasized about budget. Okay, so to be practical to everyone. Okay, for those of you who are watching, you're not really earning a big amount of salary, and this is not to downplay on that you're not earning enough. As a gent to another gent, or a gent to a lady, you're buying gift. Whatever you're earning is what you're doing your best to earn already at this point. So hopefully, Mrs. Dodger and I can give you and also our fellow people in the chats can offer you some advice on buying gifts that does not burn a hole in your wallet, that you eat grass for the rest of the month until the next paycheck. So the more important thing is that it may seem like I'm only showing you affordable brands, or brands that I feel that have a very good reliability, or I feel that they can be trusted, and Swarovski is one of them. Pandora is in Asia is also very good. However, they're very expensive. Personally, I think that if you're starting off with buying jewelry, if you're courting someone and they do have interest in bracelets, and you have found out what they do like in terms of bracelets, Pandora might be a good way to start. Because not Pandora, Swarovski might be a good way to start, because at the very least, the pricing, even in Asia, is still within the affordable range, and you're not really breaking a bank. And let's not forget safety and security. Okay, the more bling you put on your lady, or the more bling you put on your gent, you're going to be painting them as a target for robbery. So let's not forget that as well. So you need to remember, if you ask me, would I wear very expensive things out? If the environment is deemed safe and secure, and I'm not going to an environment where there's a lot of, or environment there's a lot of crime, then you can consider wearing something a bit more high end. But if you're going to an environment that is very high risk, okay, where there's a lot of crime and there's a lot of robbery, then you need to think twice about the kind of jewelry and the watch that you're going to be putting on, for the evening and for that day. Yeah, so you need to consider about these issues as well. And so you need to think about, if, let's say, okay, let's knock on wood, knocky knock, and someone takes and robs you, and you give up that jewelry, you need to remember that you're not going home sobbing your eyes out because you lost that jewelry or you got robbed. Any jewelry that's lost would definitely be hurting, but you still want to walk away with your life. It's the most important thing. So when you do purchase a jewelry, especially when you're still young, or even if you're in your middle ages, or you're just buying a lovely gift to bless your your loved ones or your spouse, do consider safety, their security and their safety, and the maintenance of the jewelry as well. Is it hard to maintain? Does it need a lot of cleaning? I'm a bit more OCD, so if certain jewelry that has a lot of like little croonies and gaps, so if your spouse is the one that's a bit more rough and tough, and they handle like a lot of flour, or like like maybe turmeric powder or something, all these things may end up on the bracelet or the jewelry. So you need to remember that these jewelry from time to time may need to be cleaned as well, to keep them looking luster and shiny. Mrs. Dodger, anything to add so far for bracelets?
No, I concur with everything you're saying so far. Thank you. I was just looking at Pandora, actually. I didn't realise.
Oh yeah.
They are quite expensive, aren't they, comparatively? I never
Yes.
realised. Yeah.
Pandora, definitely. Since we are talking
think-
about presents, let's look at Pandora. Yeah.
Simple.
So
Anyway.
yeah. So Pandora, as Mrs. Dodger has shared, is that in the recent last couple of years, they have really grown as a company, and they definitely have. Okay, I think Mrs. Dodger can also support me on this part. Is that the selling point of Pandora is really in the charms and the bracelets, isn't it? The
Yes.
the add-ons.
It's
Yes?
it's the choice as well. There's a large choice of charms.
Right. So the let me see. So with the as you can tell, okay, these are all in Singapore dollars. Okay, they're about 129.99. Yes, but I've seen Pandora's is actually go quite expensive too. Okay, so I think these are the more, what is this collection called? So these are the charm holders only. So don't be fooled. This is just basically the holder, and then the separate charms are extra. So if we go to the charms, since we are shopping, take a look at the charms. Okay, so let's think about one charm holder bracelet is about 129. So if you are adding charms, that's, for example, you like this Winnie the Pooh, it's already 129. That's already the price of one entire bracelet holder. And then if you like
Is
the
that
piglet,
gold? Y2k, is that gold or not?
let's explore it together. So let's see.
It's enamel and
Give me the information. 14 karat gold plated Disney's
gold
Winnie the
plated. Oh
Yeah. Okay.
wow.
So it's 14 karat gold plated
Gold
unique
plated,
matte.
right.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So it's gold plated, and this already costs $129. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No.
So ladies and gents, you need to decide already. You know. Let me see. Hold on. Mind a little whirring noise. It's my CPU.
But they are very, very popular. You know, the other day when I was walking past one of the Pandora shops, there was a queue all the way outside. So they are popular.
Okay, just to ask you a very interesting question, Ms. Dodge, when you saw the queue, with your just a brief look, what age group do you think are the people queuing? The age group, like potential buyers, were they like younger people, or were they like working adults?
No,
or...
it actually was a mixture, but I did get the impression that the older people were buying it for somebody else. So I would say it was 30s, people in their 20s, 30s. But there were some there as well.
In the recent years, as just as Mrs. Dodge is saying, I'll share as well as my end experience that Pandora has started to become like a luxury item for younger people, even here. Back in the old days, 2000s, okay, not so old. There was a brand in Asia called Pellini Silver. Okay, Pellini Silver used to do what Pandora used to do. They would sell you charms, they would sell you necklaces. I think it was cubic zirconium, and then they had like some silver jewelry, and they weren't that expensive. Back then, Pellini Silver, you can Google it, it's Perlini Silver, Pellini Silver. Back then, Pellini Silver was like the secondary school gift that boyfriends and girlfriends used to give to each other. The cheap, it's not, sorry, very rude of me to word cheap. The very exquisite, when you were a secondary school teenager, you bought a Pellini Silver for a significant boyfriend or girlfriend. You were considered, wow, that was a wow gift already. Because with a secondary school, you weren't making money. Maybe you were doing odd jobs, working at McDonald's or KFC, and you were earning a lot of money, and you were like, oh, you know what, I'll just buy a Pellini Silver. Pellini Silver back then was like, like very exquisite. Unfortunately, Pellini Silver eventually closed down already. So it gave way to these smaller, newer brands, like Chomel. I don't know if you have Chomel now. Chomel is more like an average entry level brand.
No, I
But
don't
with
recognize that.
okay, so the notable brands would be like Pandora, Swarovski, and all these things. So yeah, Pandora is definitely the highlight of Pandora is really in its charms and bracelets. Yeah, but generally it has gone up in pricing over the years, and they have actually have a lot of new versions like Marvel, Winnie the Pooh, the Disney. Yeah, they have a lot of different gifts as well. Yeah, but strictly Pandora is more like jewelry. Yeah, for the ladies. Yes. Yeah. So let me just stop sharing and check our chats. What do we have here so far?
Oh, pretty quiet. I think everybody's watching the football.
Great. Yeah, wonderful. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Thank you, Thomas, for the score. For those of you who are watching World Cup, we hope you're having a lovely time enjoying World Cup. I used to like World Cup, but for me, once my favorite teams are out, I don't watch it anymore. I was a die-hard England fan. I'm also a die-hard German fan. I'm also a die-hard Brazilian fan. Okay. Fun fact, Y2k likes four major teams. Japan was like my fourth or my third favorite. It varies depending on that year's performance. England was like my number two. Brazil was my first. Germany was like my third. Germany was like my third or my second, depends on how they perform. Yeah, but Brazil was my first hit team. I actually have like Brazil jumpers in my closet, but I didn't really wear it already. Yeah. Mr. Dodger has a very heavy content already. Now that I realize that. Okay, but just I did promise you guys to show you the manly stuff. Okay, aside from the tire pressure pumper for your friends who are auto enthusiasts. So we looked at charms. Now we're going to check out. I'm going to show you guys who are living in North America a shop that I always like very much called Canadian Tire. Okay, so here are some. I used to shop a lot in Canadian Tire. God, I love the sporting goods especially. Okay, so they did sell some very interesting things. All right, let me just see. Okay, now for the wives, if you want to buy for your husbands, okay. Now, if you ever thought about your husband having problems, with their bags, shoveling, and all these things, and you wanted to make shoveling a lot easier, you can consider these gifts. Although it may seem like a chore, but ultimately you're just trying to make it easier. So, for those who are female viewers of the Escapement Show, you can think about snow blowers. They're a bit noisy, but they're very effective because they're meant to just scoop up the snow and spit it out on one side. So you can think about this. Now I don't know which brands are good. The gas ones are more traditional. Electric ones you just need to charge, but you may have to change the batteries. The cordless ones are good. They have portable batteries, but you may need to change the batteries and charge them over time. If you're operating in winter weather, you need to keep the batteries in a room temperature and not keep them cold for too long because they do wear out. Generally, I do know that a lot of people like the gas ones because the gas ones are more easily manageable because they can always get in winter countries, especially in Canada, or very cold countries, they can actually get antifreeze gas, which can prevent the machines from freezing up, and they can also get and with the thing with gas ones is that you don't really need to charge the batteries. You just need to make sure that the gas is there. And from time to time, some people actually do pour like the fuel injector cleaners to make sure that they are running smoothly. So they pour that into the gas area, like STP brand, which is from the United States, and they pour it in. And it's basically like a car. So you kind of just need to keep it maintained and keep the intakes and the fuel injectors clean, and then just oil the parts and yeah. So before you do buy them, check the reviews out and the pricing. Of course, it's a lot more expensive because of snow blowers. for those of you who are thinking for buying snow blowers for your husbands or your sons or your uncles and granddads to use.
Okay.
At least there is no back pain. Okay, there is no back pain. Remember that.
Apparently, our tractor, our lawnmower that we have, you can get an attachment for a snowplow on it.
Ooh, that's
Which
interesting.
I'm surprised Dodger hasn't actually done, but he hasn't. So
in due time, I'm sure Dodger will.
yes.
Due time. Okay, so these are the electric versions. Okay, the thing about electric snowblowers is that you need to make sure that you keep them charged, and because of the cold weather, anything that's with lithium-ion batteries, for example, you need to remember that the weather does affect them as well. Yeah. Okay, just to briefly do that. All right, just to cover. Now, for those who are also dealing with winter, another great present, okay, to give to your okay, this includes to both male and females, okay, because you may be driving, and every morning, if you don't park your cars in the garage, you wake up and your car is just full of snow, covered in snow, okay. Snow scrapers and brushes are great, all right. Some people are very funny. They think they're jokers. They take hot boiling water and pour it hot boiling water on their windshields, and they decide to smack the windshield with the brush. Do you know what happens to tempered glass when you heat up the glass with cold? When it's really cold, you pour hot water on top and you whack it hard enough. It will cause the glass to crack. So don't do that, ladies and gentlemen. What you want to do is just get a normal brush, a snow brush, with a scraper. Preferably you brush it off first. Then you slowly and gently scrape it off with the scraper. Yeah, so these are actually great gifts, for people who are on the road, who are traveling, and you're dealing with the winter season all the time. These are great simple gifts, because you never know when you might need it. And the brushes, let's not forget, can help you remove the snow from, if you're snowed in and your car the wheels are stuck in snow, you can always brush the snow away without using your hands, and your gloves, so your gloves don't get wet, your hands don't get frostbite, and you can, safely remove the snow away from your car as well. Okay, so you can pick your poison for snow scrapers as well. Yeah, don't need to go sophisticated. A good old fashioned snow scraper and will work sufficiently as well. Some of them have extendable ones, which can be good if you have a lorry or you have a truck and you can't reach to the height. You can actually extend them. Okay, so you basically pick the ones that works well. Yeah. Okay, so that's one gift idea from snow removal. Let me just go. Let me see. All right. Barbecue. Okay, barbecue and grills. As much as it is, these are more personal and very expensive. No, I do know that some of them are not very expensive. And if you have a friend who likes to have barbecue, or cousins or uncles who like barbecue, and they, you want to think about getting their barbecue, you can consider this, But remember, as with age, or people like me, we don't like complex ones. You just want one that can hook up to a simple propane tank, clicky, with a pilot light, and off you go. Don't choose one that's too sophisticated with like knobs and too many switches. Pick one that's very simple to use, and most importantly, easy to clean, easy to move around. So those with the wheels are quite good. Those without the wheels can be a bit troublesome because you need to move them around in the summer, maybe in the winter months. You will not be using them, so you really
No, I
need
was
to
going to
think about.
say,
Yeah.
I'm not really thinking about barbecues at the moment with several inches of snow outside.
Oh. Speaking of barbecues, there was a very interesting thing that I once read. So for those of you who are shoveling snow and your shovel, but your shovel head, where the shovel meets the snow, and your shovel head is made of steel or metal, Okay, what some people have done is that they've actually used their barbecue. Okay, this is very funny. They've heated up the front end of the shovel, okay, with not putting it directly on the fire, but they basically put it somewhere about say half a meter above the fire, okay, of a barbecue, and they decide to shovel with that. And apparently they said that it helps with making the snow go away. Whether that's true or not, I've shoveled snow before, but I've never shoveled with a heated shovel. So something to something as a joke to tell you guys. But don't try that at home, obviously, with plastic shovels or non-metallic shovels. Yeah. Let me see what. Okay, tools and hardware. Okay, this is where I think is very, especially if you're buying tools for somebody. There are some excellent gift ideas. So what I think, now when you buy tools for people, okay, don't just buy like the one kind. Buy the whole assortment. I personally think that if you're ever going to give tool sets to anybody, try to go for one that's got a lot of variety of like the Phillips heads and all this. Let me see if I can locate the one that has a lot more hand tools, ventures, blah blah. So you can go with screwdrivers and nut drivers, like these kinds. Yeah, so these are actually very, very interesting. You see, you don't really need to spend a lot of money. For like $32.99, you can get a Mastercraft. Now Mastercraft, I know this brand quite well. When I was staying in Canada, it's actually one of the good brands, and you can actually get one of these as gifts. And they do weigh a little bit, so your receiver will be thinking, what the hell is in that present? But they are very useful around the house, and not just for your uncle or your dad's or your friends, your husbands, boyfriends. They can at some point use this to fix many things as well, and it's only like $32.99, so it's a very good bang for your buck. Some of them have different colors too, so you can try them out. Yeah, some of them have red, they've got blue. Yeah, so this is one idea. There is the Phillips set. Now, if you really have someone who's a really like tool nut, and they really like tools, and you can go with this one, the Mastercraft 100-piece screwdriver set, insulated and precision drivers as well. Yeah, some of them they actually have the electrical test pens, which you can actually tap it on a wire, the live wire, and it can tell you if there's current running through or not. You can also think about that too, as well. Yeah. So you've got test pens and insulation, so for safety. Yeah. This one looks like it's got a crowbar head, so it's very useful. So these are great gifts, especially if you're buying for male colleagues, uncles, dads, because for sure at some point we all will need a Phillips head, or at some point. So they have all different types of you have those electronic ones like this one, cordless 3-volt one. Now Walks is actually another good brand that they do sell. Bosch, if any of you know Bosch, BOSCH is actually another good brand. Bosch, Mastercraft, Walks. Yeah, Bosch is generally the brand that I do know very well, because they're globally known for their tool reliability on tools and various equipments as well. Yeah, this is more of let me see what this USB charging cable and bits. Okay, so this is one that I think it's electrical, so you can actually use the set that they attach, the cables that they provide as well. Okay, so these are just some ideas for the gentry, the handyman of today. Yeah. Now, if those of you who are thinking of buying something for your teenage or your young adult kids, okay, and they do like the great outdoors, okay. Now, I do know that some one idea that I've actually thought about is giving people, let me see, where was I? That was one. Where am I talking about? Okay, so when I talk about outdoor gifts, aside from the tools and the barbecue pits, okay, the movable ones. Now the thing that I'm thinking about is, hang on, okay, let us break this up. Yeah, let's go to automotive first. Tire and wheel repair. So these actually, I personally think that when you buy these for your loved ones, previously I was talking about the electronic one. Mrs. Dodger, are you okay? Hello? Okay. I think Mrs. Dodger stepped away for a moment. So we'll just continue on. So for those of you who drive a lot of miles, and if you've ever thought about, oh, you need to bring like motor oil in your vehicle kit. Okay, one Christmas gift I would definitely recommend is tire repair kit. Okay, you can never go wrong. So now, if you buy these ones with the slime, you need to know how to do it well. Okay, and there's also this one. Okay, this one. Okay, let me just explain to you how this one is used. Okay, this one looks like two T-head screw things. Okay, so basically, the ones that you basically need to find where the nail is. Now, if you can only fix this one for nails, if they're just a nail in the tire, you can do that with this one, depending on how big the nail is. Okay, and how severe the hole is. Okay, so basically, what you do is you need to have, I think, a pair of pliers. Okay, you remove the nail first, very carefully. Now, once you remove the nail, obviously the tire is going to go and you're going to be losing air. So what you basically do is you take one of these these things that look like beef jerkies, yes? Like beef jerkies, there's instructions here. Okay, there's beef jerky things, and then you basically, you see this little loop here in the center? Okay, you loop the beef jerky thing, if I remember correctly, you loop it in there, and then you take this one with the loop, the T screw thing with the loop, and you shove it into the tire, into the hole where the nail was, and you press it in deep. Okay. Now this is only meant to keep the leak from going on. Now, if you have multiple holes, you might need more, or you might just get a new tire. But with this done, okay, you need to make sure that the this jerky thing is in there securely and snug. And if you have a tire air compressor kit, you need to re-air your tire back into its standardized or the air pressure. Now, don't overinflate because your tire is still recovering. So you need to inflate it to where it's just hard enough, but not too hard. Okay. Now, I personally think that is a bit more manual. Okay, because the Victor heavy duty retardless tubeless requires you to be a bit more handy. Okay, if not, you just get the inflator and tire kit, right? So these are quite some pretty good ideas that you can go for. The Motormaster tire repair kit. All right. Okay, so I'm just going to stop sharing for temporarily, and we can check our chats in here if we're missing anything. Forbin Colossus, wow, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, the hardest part from Fog is finding the leak. Yeah, so there is a tip I can tell you. Okay, how to find a leak. Correct. This is what I learned from my mechanic. Now, if you have detergent, right, soapy detergent or like bathing soap, okay, what you need to do is you need to squeeze the detergent into a big pail, right, and then make it very sudsy, very full of suds, like bubbles, okay. And then you're gonna take the suds, all right. Now the tire is not like fully deflated. The tire has to be still inflated with some air, but it's losing air. Now you take that solution, the mixture of all the suds with the bubbly mixture of suds, and you pour it. You know, you can either pour it over the tire in sections, or you take a cloth, okay, a rug, and then you squeeze and you just put all the suds on it. Now, what the bubbles are going to do from that is it's going to start blowing out. Now, blowing out thing, it will show you where the leak is, right? For your yes, from your tire to sudsy goodness, yeah. I enjoy that forming. Give that to your wife to sleep in the garage. Yeah, don't get the tire inflated kit. If you can't blow bubbles and giggle, no choice really. Yeah, You stuck on the roadside. Really, that's all you got to do. Yeah. If you like what he said, a lot easier than a full size spare. So if you can't be bothered to fix the full tire, just just jack the car up. Just remove the nuts that's holding the hubcap. Just change the whole tire completely. That is a lot easier than trying to fix a tire with yourself by yourself. Yeah. Okay, so let me just move on quickly to our Canadian Tire. So this is one gift that I think is nice. So this is a lot more sophisticated. It came in a case. Yeah. Same thing too. I think it's powered by your 12 volt. Yeah, by your car battery in the car, the cigarette lighter, as you call it. Yeah. I do know that for some parents, they, especially for the kids who like to travel outdoors, they do think about getting them like pocket knives and all these things. As with like, let me just say, what's that? Let me just find that first. Okay. As with anything, there has to be some kind of weapon. Okay, giving it to a teenager is very risky because number one, the last thing you want the teenager to do is to bring the knife to a school or an academic institution. Now, if they're going hunting or they're going, camping with their friends, a simple Swiss Army knife will do just nicely. I think when I was in my secondary school or my primary school, I thought it was very cool to get a Victorinox Swiss Army knife. It was really wonderful because it had so many tools, functions, and you could cut things. You could open this, and it's very functional too. For $47.99 Canadian dollars, it's very worth the money to give as a Christmas gift to the young teenage son, your cousins who are camping experts, or anybody who likes to live rugged outdoors, or they like to live outdoorsy. Definitely, Swiss Army knives are a great idea. Victorinox is a great brand as well. Yeah. That's what I would say. Leatherman's a good brand as well. It's got a multi-tool one. So these are very good gift ideas for Christmas. Just make sure that when you are giving it to any young teenager, you need to be very, very adamant and very, very strict about the rules about using this tool. Okay, that is what I would call responsible parenting. Okay, responsible parenting starts with you. All right. Okay. Let me just think about coats and boots.
Y2k?
Yeah. What's up?
Hi, I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to leave you because I need to do some cooking. I haven't cooked yet. So.
No problem.
Are you okay on your own?
Absolutely. I am good.
I feel bad leaving you, but it's been
No.
brilliant. Thank you ever so much for your insight.
Yeah. And everyone in the chats, please give thanks to Mrs. Dodger, who's been awesome in supporting today's special Christmas stream, Christmas gift buying stream. Thank you so much. Yeah. Anyway, I'll see you in the next one, Mrs. Dodger.
Okay.
Yes?
Bye.
Yes. Bye, Mrs. Dodger. Thank you. Right. So, while Mrs. Dodger's gone to cooking, I can keep us going. So we have already talked about gifts to get. All right. So I'm just going around very, very useful, more functional gift ideas. Yeah. We've got camping stuff as well. Now, the camping stuff, I would say like tents and shelters. It's only if you know the individual you're giving to. They have to really like it. Tenting. Not everybody likes the great outdoors. Now, for those of you who that you have friends who are into the gymming, the weightlifting, and all this, they can have a gym membership, obviously. But during the COVID pandemic, apparently this top tip, okay? During the COVID pandemic, the sales of portable gym dumbbell kits, okay, with a add-on weights was very, very popular with people, especially they enjoyed it with these kinds. Yeah, the Wader 5-in-1 dumbbell kits. Okay, Obviously, they do weigh a bit, but I think if you ever want to interest people in exercising or like give someone who's a gym fanatic, you can always give them the and if you don't mind the budget, give them these gifts with the adjustable dumbbell kits. Yeah, that would be very useful for them. Obviously, don't buy them like this one. Don't buy them the whole weight bench because they need to have the space for it. So yeah, as well as a bench as well. You just get them the dumbbell kit, that will do. Yeah, and some of these dumbbell kits have gone up in price over the years apparently because uh, people who actually have their own home gyms have actually found it more fun than to pay for membership, and they can do their gyms at any time they want without traveling to the gym. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to stop sharing and just quickly check our chats. Ooh. Hey, Sati Denny. Merry Christmas. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I bought myself a Cartier tank solo for Christmas. Oh, wonderful, Sati Denny. Sometime you can show us your Cartier tank solo. Congratulations on acquiring a lovely Cartier tank solo for Christmas. Yeah. Okay, so anyways, for those of you who are still here, you can keep your questions coming for gift ideas. Let me see what else we can go for. Now, though I do know that we are a watch channel, okay, and but as if all jewelry watches are very personal, you know. But I'll tell you what, okay. For those of you who have been supporting us all the way for a long time now, I will pick on some very good two watches at the end of it. All right, we'll end off with watch shopping. Okay, we'll end off with some good all-rounder watches that I can personally recommend to be very good and hardy. Of course, the high-end ones will be a bit on the, I'll leave it to you guys to decide. But if you really, really, really want to talk about buying high-end pieces, we can definitely do another Christmas stream. We still have about what 5 more days of Christmas, ladies and gentlemen, so we can still do another quick stream about high-end pieces and what to buy. But as I say, it's very personal, especially with the brands and all. Okay, so let me just wrap up for so with, I think, another useful gift, especially with the energy crisis and everything, all right, that you guys can consider is heating. Okay, how to keep yourselves warm. Okay, that's the more important thing. Everybody think about luxury goods, but nobody thinks about keeping yourself warm and all these things, so the more important thing is that whenever you are heating, let's think about if you're in a bedroom, okay, you're getting those portable heaters, you need to be very, very careful about the portable heating. Okay, let me just see if I can find a portable heating. Here we go, portable heaters. So if anything that is portable heaters that you want to give as a gift, okay, especially for friends or anything, or your kids who are going camping, you need to make sure that the portable heating, if I know recently there's been a big trend on the van life, people converting vans into livable quarters, and then they have portable heaters. The thing about portable heaters is that you must be careful that they don't generate poisonous gases like carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide, because they can actually incapacitate the user, especially in enclosed space. And if you don't have a detector, it can be very dangerous as well. So if you have kids, or you are a couple and you want to go on a trip in your cars, or even in tents, or those portable trailers, or your make sure you have detectors. So you can buy gifts like smoke detectors, CO2 detectors, carbon monoxide detectors. Portable heaters are good because some of them are actually very useful, and you can actually, and after talk about heaters, I'll share with you guys a very interesting gifts ideas for those of you who actually enjoy going off the grid and you like to do camping and you're looking for power sources. Okay, so portable heaters are good, because in the small space you can just turn it on. Just make sure before you go to bed, when you're brushing your teeth, switch it off. Okay, they can heat up small areas very well. Now I think the Mr. Buddy heater was actually one very popular one. Yeah, a lot of the van lifers, I've been keeping track of van lifers, do quite like the Mr. Heater. Yeah, so it heats up to 200 square. Okay, 20 to 29 square meters. Okay, it's a bit on the heavier side for the weight, but it keeps you warm. 4 kilo, 4.2 kilos. What else do we have? Let's talk about the yeah. So 9,000 BTUs is a lot of heat, so you need to be very careful about that. I think let me see. So this one uses want to make sure that we can propane. Okay, so you need to get propane for these ones. Okay, so the nice thing about propane is that you can, especially those on the road. Okay, I do know that in the States, in North America, you can actually, when you finish your propane, you can actually stop by and buy propane to fill it up. So it's a bit something. It's something that you can fill up along the way. For those with, I think, gas heaters, I think it might be a bit more risky. Yeah, but the ones I do know the van lifers use is the propane ones as well. Yeah, which they can also use, the propane ones they can also use to heat up to cook their food as well, like those gas bottle types. Yeah, to heat up the food. All right. Okay, so with portable heaters, I think is also another great gift idea, especially for those of you who are living in the winter climates now, and we are all trying to save money on utilities and all this. And maybe if you don't really need to turn on all the heating in your house, that you can also consider these options. Just make sure you turn it on only when in the hours that you're awake. When the hours you go to bed, you are nice and warm under your covers. You seek refuge underneath your duvet covers and your blankets. Yeah. All right. So I did say that I was going to share something very interesting. Let me just go there. I think the thing that I've also been thinking about that has been very useful. All right. Now I am a bit of an eccentric person when it comes to portable heating. Okay. Let's just check the chats real quickly. Sati Dennis, welcome. No problem. Aussie Expat 2. Thank you for joining. And for those of you who are watching us on replay, really appreciating you guys jumping in. And this show might be a bit long and lengthy, but we're talking about some gift ideas. Okay, so now we're going to talk about. Hold on, we got a question from Fobin. I follow a couple of van lives, love the setup, but one thing I can accept in living is hot water. I can't live without Google. Yes. So I do agree. Some of the van lifers is called there's one called Living the Van Life guy. I think it's a really good channel. Living the Van Life. There's another guy called Primal Outdoors. I really love his videos. He's actually put out a lot of good videos and really good content about living the van life. Now, I think it's a very bold move for those who are moving towards the van life. But I think you have to make sacrifices around here and there. When you do the living the van life thing, yeah, the good water pressure. Yeah, in Asia, hot water is you get used to it. Yes, very much so. Very much so. Yeah, hot water is optional because it's so hot. Yeah. So actually, what I wanted to share you guys, another very, very nice and interesting gift idea for Christmas. For those of you who are always on the road, you're driving long hours, and maybe this time you want to drive a trip. And I think actually anybody who's driving, you have the opportunity to travel long distance, long range. Aside from, tire air compression kits, like if you get into a situation where you're having a puncture, and you have no petrol stations. And let's be honest, we don't always make sure that our spare tires are pumped up with air. Okay, so a tire air compression kit is actually very useful for a Christmas gift for your friends, your colleagues, or your guy friends, or your fathers, or your granddads, your uncles who are always on the road. And if you're traveling in mountainous terrain, in the boonies or where there is no petrol station, you can always get one of the key ingredients to driving well, aside from petrol tanks, like extra, like, those jerry cans of petrol. If you can, always get the tire air compression kit. That's one, tire repair kit with the air compressor, which you can plug into a 12-volt cigarette lighter. That's a very good one. Just reading the chats here. Ouch, I mean, no, you got to leave home, the great outdoors. If I had a great outdoors in Singapore, I would really go there. I would do it. This is Y2k, and I love the great outdoors very, very much. Neither Aussie Expert 2, neither my apartment in Seattle or house here have good water pressure compared to. Okay, that Aussie Expert 2, okay, with water pressure, right? There is one thing. If you are living, this is just fun fact for you guys, okay? Since if you are living in a very old apartment building, sometimes in my building, it's quite old, okay? Sometimes the water pressure, if it's not the upstairs water tank where you have the water tank that goes with the water down, usually the units, the apartments at the very high top floor, they may get the best water pressure, but those at the bottom may not get the best water pressure. It depends on how the piping is done. Okay, the gravity has an issue to do with it as well as the age of the pipes as well. As the water pressure, if they have the curvature, okay, some water pipes, they go from the roof. I think they go down through a filtration system and they come back up again. It's the part where they come back up and the water pressure is not there. Okay, so what you really need to do is to go and get a really good a good plumbing system, a good plumber to check if your pipes actually have been are overused or kind of worn out. Okay, because sometimes in the pipes itself there's sediment, there's calcium also that can actually clog up the pipes, and that can affect the water pressure flow as well. And as with any kind of pipes, you need to remember, you need to understand the layout of the pipes. It affects the water flow as well. For shower heads, if you are using those shower heads with a box heater, yes, the box heater, the water goes through the box heater and it comes up from the shower head hot water. Now, if you use it for a very long time and the box heater, yes, kind of like is too old, okay, it's time to change it. Because if you don't change, now what I can tell from first experience, I have one in my washroom just behind me in the washroom. Now, if you don't change that, the heater box, yes, where the cold water, the clean cold water goes to the heater box, what happens is that heater box actually controls the water pressure flow and the amount of hot water you get. So if you are wanting a lot of hot water, you need to get one of those big ones, the giant water heater ones, where they collect the water, they heat up the water that's stored, then they dispense it. But remember, now if you have 6 people in the house all using hot water at the same time, it's gonna finish. So you need to remember that. Now with those portable ones, okay, it's quite instantaneous, but the quality of the hot water is not going to be the same. So when I say quality, which means that the how hot the water is not going to be the same. It's going to be just like a bit lukewarm. So in order to get the hot water, you kind of like cheat. You kind of like turn the water pressure down so that the water that comes out is a bit lesser, but you get really hot water. Okay, but when you increase the water pressure, it gets cold. It's just not that warm. So it might be time for you to get a water heater, the box itself, changed. If you change the box water heater, change the entire the shower head piping as well as the shower head itself, because the shower head can also be clogged with calcium, and it's not going to work very well at that point. So I'm just going to check my questions. Is there any questions? Gold G-Shock. No, it's a guess. Okay, it's a guess watch tonight. It's a very, as in some people say, it's a crappy watch. Now I am a sucker for chunky monkeys, so this is a very nice gold one. Oh, the G-Shock. That's not gold G-Shock. The G-Shock is this one. Christmas time, snowy G-Shock white. Yeah. This is one of my favorite watches. Really light. Bit of resin. You can hear the resin. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. There is a just try out van life by making a corner at home. Yes, you can. But I think people will still cheat with small corner house. You'll still cheat. You really, yeah. So I think with the van life, it's a very different lifestyle because everything is really coping on the vehicle's engine, and then the supplementary power. You need to get supplementary power, which I will talk about that afterwards as well. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Zani. So tonight is special for our lovely viewers. This is a guest watch. Okay, nothing very fancy. It's got the day. Let me just remove it for you guys. You can just have a look. Since we are a watch channel, it's only fair that we talk some watches. Yeah, we've been talking about non-watch stuff content tonight, so let me just do this. There we go. Okay, you can see that there's right here. We've got the day. Okay, I think that's the month. Okay, and that's the another one, date. Yeah. So this is actually quite good. Okay, so you've got a very nice heft to it. Okay, I'm just gonna bit jingly jangly with this kind of quality, obviously. Now, if you're really concerned about safety and security, and you have no harm about losing, gold watch and all these things, this is a great watch. You can, Guess has recently, okay, yeah, I got this at department store about 2 weeks ago. They have coming out a new line of really nice gold pieces. Okay, yeah, the bezel doesn't move, obviously, but the buttons are really still okay. It's Guess quality. What do you expect? Not gonna be very expensive. Yeah. Okay. So the thing I was gonna tell you guys is power. Okay. Another gift idea, brilliant Christmas gift idea. If you want to give to your friends who are adrenaline junkies, they go out or you're traveling long distances, right? Now, they're in all of van lifers, they like to talk about alternative power. Okay. So now, let me just make a disclaimer very clearly, which I forgot to say in the beginning of the show. All the products I'm showing you here are not sponsored. I'm not paid to talk about them. I'm not selling them. I'm just using my memory of what I remember to share with you guys. So Jackery is actually one good brand. Now, obviously, I haven't had a Jackery, but I have only good comments to share from some YouTube channels where van lifers have done it. And now there is a Jackery's 10-year gift box. You can get 100% chance of winning of I think gifts and prizes worth up to $2,099 as well. Yeah. Sorry about the rumbling engine in the back. I live very near the airport, so yeah. So the Jackery is actually one alternative portable power option that you guys can actually think about as Christmas presents for your friends and family members. Now, obviously, they have different price range depending on your power needs. Okay, some Jackeries do have the option where you can buy this extra recharge solar panel, which you can deploy out. Okay, you plug it and it would charge the Jackery itself. So depending on your power needs, as with each of the different Jackery price ranges, obviously the higher the price, the more capacity you hold. So depending on what it needs, and you can check out the Jackery website. Okay, I'm just going to quickly show you, not show you. Let me put the Jackery website for you guys. Yeah, I'll just stop sharing. Okay, so there's a Jackery website. Wait, what was that crazy watch you just held up? Which one? Is it this one or is it this one? Let me know, Forbin Colossus, which crazy watch. This is the white Casio, and this is the Guess piece. Okay. Now, if you guys are watching, you're very curious about the Guess watches, I will be more than happy to take you guys there for a look-see and think about Christmas gifts, And yeah, this Jackery is mentioned every van vid. Are they public corps? I have no idea, but I think it's how should I say it? They're very reliable so far. Now I don't have the chance to use a Jackery, but I would love to get one for my car because I think it's pretty brilliant. Yeah, I mean the way that it is. So we're just gonna check on one Jackery, okay? So you can buy it on Amazon, or you can actually buy it at the Jackery website itself. They're pretty much available across the world, from the United States to Canada, Japan, United Kingdom to Germany and Korea. Okay, So this is more like a portable power option. Okay, for $109, you're getting quite a good deal. It can charge your phone for 16 times. Okay, depending on how much milliamps your phone is. You can charge drones, cameras. Okay. Let me see. Can we do laptops on this one? So yeah. So for this one, you can have a car outlet in. You can actually charge this in, and I do know that some people have actually used this to charge their car batteries as well. Which I'm sorry to say, you need to get the let me call it the teeth, the two teeth, the red and the blue, the black, male and female, the plus and negative and positive teeth. Okay, which comes to another gift idea for you guys as well, aside from the jackery. The jackery is actually a very good gift because for those of you who are traveling on the roads or you like to go fishing, long-term outdoors, or you're living on a boat, okay? Just like our fellow Shiroko, who may be on a boat and he may need power. This is also an option you can also go for with the solar panels and all these things. You can actually deploy it when the sun is up. And I would say the applications are quite endless, very useful and endless. And consider them. Yeah. Laptops, fans, lights, better than just taking it off like a small power bank, which a lot of us use today, power banks to charge our phones. Jackery can charge almost anything. Anything. Yeah. And obviously you can use as you are driving, you can also connect your car's battery to the jackery and it charges the jackery too as you are driving. Yeah. So the website is there, and I'm not being paid by jackery to broadcast. I'm just sharing you some interesting gift ideas. Yeah, there's a solar panel, okay, which you can actually buy as an add-on for your gifts. Let me just check something here. Right, okay. All right, let's keep going. The next thing I would like to share with you guys, okay, is another very interesting gift, which I think you can actually also buy. Let me just show you guys what it is, okay? There is another interesting gift product. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. Right. Battery jump starter. Yeah. So, battery jump starter. Yeah. All right, here we go. Another interesting gift ideas. Okay, for those of you who have friends. All right, let me just read the questions real quick. An early battery jacket the company developed for the Apple I gave rise to the jackery. Thank you. So I really didn't know about that, but thanks, Fabian Colossus. Very useful information. So it's now I know where jackery the name came from itself. Yeah, really creative. I think whoever developed the whole jackery concept is very very ingenious. Yeah, for the van lifers especially. Yeah. Okay. All right. So the other gift idea, which I think is very useful to buy for Okay. Now, have you ever thought about like if you want to buy power banks, okay, for friends, for to start to charge their phones? Okay. The other option that I have is the Hummer. Okay, the Hummer brand obviously is the like the GM General Motors Hummer. Okay. Now whether this is associated with Hummer or not, I don't really remember. But I do know that they've sold internationally, and I actually have one of these in my car. It's called a Hummer Jump Starter Power Bank. You can charge your phones, and you can also jumpstart your car. Now, gone are the days when you would carry jump leads, okay, and then you need another car to jump your car, okay, because those jump leads are usually quite heavy as well, and you need to find another car to jump your car. So imagine if you're stuck outside and you don't, you can be you can be a female driver, you can be a male driver, and the battery runs out, and maybe someone forgot to switch off the lights, or something was on, or you need to jump start the car in a cold day. Okay, this is one option you can use and you can consider. All right, let me just go there. All right, show you guys. So these options come with there's the very basic one, which is the 1,500 one, or you can go with a much more powerful one. Okay. Yeah, depends on how much power you need. You can charge your phones with it. Mostly they're meant for jumping vehicles, okay? But the one thing I need to make note of, okay, is this portion here when you buy this. Okay, recommended vehicle engine displacement. Okay, you need to make sure that based on how much the liters. Okay, 7.0 gasoline or 5.5 liter diesel. Now this one for this different model is meant for up to 8.0 or 7.0 liter diesel. All right. Then there's also just the very simple one. This one. I call it the simple one because it's just to charge. Hang on, did I call it simple one? Yes. Yeah. Basically, they all look very unique in their own way, but they have different function, power grades. Let's call it different power levels and power grades. Capacity is different. Yeah, so you can actually think about this as well, right? Overall, you can use them to charge, and some of them have flashlights too, so you can use them in emergencies. They got flashlights over at the plugging portion. Yeah. So they may look rugged, but I wouldn't suggest you drop them into water or something like that. Yeah, not very, because the ports are exposed. The USB ports are exposed. Yeah. So let me just go back to our chats. Project Farm did a great from Aussie Expert 2 on jump starters testing the actual cranking power and numbers. Ah, interesting. Yeah. Yes. I never heard of this Project Farm, but as with anything that you buy as a backup equipment, like a first aid kit or tire repair kit, or like the one thing about gifts, I think, is that you can always think about what you should really think about on the road. So I do hope that if you're buying gifts for your guy friends, or your fathers, your uncles, or grandfathers who are on the road, the tire repair kit is really useful as a number one. The battery jump starter, you can charge your phones, you can power up your car batteries. If you wake up in the morning and let's say your battery is flat, you don't have to call AA or whatever you may call that, the pickups, the emergency service or the the tow truck company come charge your battery, which is going to cost you money because you call them down, they come to your house. And instead of being trapped there, or maybe you went camping and the battery is weak, then you can charge yourself. You can charge your car battery, your lorry battery, and you can go. The Jackery is more of an extra. So if you really feel that Jackery is meant for people who are more on the roads for long term, and if you barely travel a lot, and Jackery is more like just an extra. Yeah, not really very essential, unless you're really doing camping for long term. Let me see. Escamer Show. What van would you buy to live on the road? Very, very good question. Now I know the van lifers, they like to have Mercedes-Benz Sprinter. Yeah. Okay, the Sprinter obviously is selected for a very good reason because of, I think, the length. Okay, and obviously the horsepower because you're carrying a lot of stuff. The other guy, I know he's called Living the Van Life. He used to use a Volkswagen van. Yeah, I forgot the name of it. There's a nickname for that van. There's one particular model, okay, of that van that he uses because it's got that extra ceiling on the roof that actually can fold up or something like that. And I think that that was actually very popular. The Volkswagen. It's not the Combi van, okay? It's not the Combi. It's the other one. I just can't remember what the van name is called already. But if you ask me what van, I would definitely say. But I'm a Toyota supporter, so I would go for a Toyota van. You really need to go because people who do van lifers realistically for open clauses is that they don't buy a brand new van. They normally, I would think logically, they would buy a second-hand van, a used van, because they're going to be doing so much modifications to it. So the question you need to ask yourself is, even for a Sprinter, yes, You need to know how many miles or kilometers is the distance that have been used. You need to make sure that the engine is running smooth, alternators working, the gearbox especially, the gearbox and transmission has been working well. And you need to make sure that the frame itself, especially van life, I think they do modifications to the entire chassis. They probably do it some extra and enhancements to the chassis because it needs to carry that weight. And it's not just going to be carrying like just a little bit; it's going to be carrying weight all across. So they do. I noticed that they do modifications to the tires. So that means you need to find a van that you can do a lot of modifications to, chunkier tires, better suspension, because you need suspension, definitely shock absorbers because you're going off the terrain. But the real truth about van lifers is, I think they'll definitely share is that with the amount of weight they're carrying in a van, you can't really deal with saving petrol and doing van life because you're lugging a lot of stuff, a lot of gear. So that means that your mileage is going to be a little bit on the lower end than what the vehicle manual will want to tell you, that you can go X amount of distance with X amount of weight, but now you're carrying more than you're supposed to. On top of that, you're making a lot of modifications. So I would say that if you're going to pick a van, you need to think about I know there's another van lifer. It's called Mav, M-A-V. Okay, he used to drive a Ford pickup truck, and he's converted his Ford pickup truck into literally like a van life, which is very cool. He's made the whole flat bed of his pickup into like his living quarters, and he's actually bought vehicles on top. Now he's bought new vehicles to supplement that, and each of the vehicle actually has I think he's trying to modify them. So I cannot give you a very good brand. The thing I would say to recommend to you is a van that you would buy to choose on the road is a van that you can find parts easily. Parts you can replace easily, because you're always on the road. You might need some spare parts. Okay. At the same time, something that's a bit more fuel efficient. Okay. Now the fuel efficiency, as I said before, is going to be on the tricky bit because you're lugging heavy stuff. I live in an area where people love to rev their engines, so obviously you need to deal with the weight issue. So the weight issue will definitely cut your gas mileage down. So you need engines that are good. So I would go with a Toyota engine, a Japanese Toyota engine. A Mercedes Sprinter, I would say, okay, Mercedes will have a very good reputation already. But you need to understand the maintenance costing. So servicing, changing of parts and all things will cost you money as well. Yeah. So but if you really want, I could really go and look into what vans are. But I generally think that a Toyota van would be quite good. A Toyota, a Nissan van would be good as well. The Sprinter is unique. Yeah, I think you wrote something about the Sprinter, right? Love the Sprinter. Yes, as I said about with any of the Mercedes, the thing is the ground clearance, because I think the stock wheels are quite small and people modify the wheels to be bigger. As you modify the wheels to be bigger, you need to remember the wheel arches have to be higher, which means that the force suspension and shock absorbers, the coilovers, or do you call it coilovers, or the suspension, you need to modify them to cope with the bigger chunky wheels as well. Yeah. So anything, I personally think that with a brand with any continental brand, okay, you're looking at costly repair, and you need to be able to replace the parts easily as well. Now, I think the US, I think the Ford Transit, there's a Transit van, yes, the Ford Transit, yeah, Ford Transit, Toyota Hilux van. I think they've got the Hilux vans. Volkswagen, the guy living the van life, used to have it. Sprinters, I'm not very sure, but it seems a lot of van lifers love because of the real estate. They have real estate to play around with. I've got Toyota Sienna. I've considered converting it, Oxy Expert, into a living quarters. It's MPV, isn't it? Toyota Sienna. It's MPV, if I remember. Thank you, Thomas Burnett, for those World Cup fans. Argentina is 2 and France 2 extra time starting soon. So okay, just for the fun of it. So those who are going to extra time at this point, you might consider them going to penalty shootout. Then that will be the fun bit over there when you're going to a penalty shootout. I hate penalty shootouts personally. I support the Brazilian team. Brazil's my number one. UK, like the England team. England national team was my second and my third choice. Germany's was my second and my third. And my fourth choice, what was that one? Was it Japan? Yeah, it's Japan. I always liked Japan for a while. Yeah. Aussie expect, yeah, just a family event. Yeah. I think a Siena's good, but I think you really the thing with the family event, okay, family vehicles and a van, I think they're very different. MPV, let's call your Sienna as a MPV and a van, yes? Van, I generally think that they already have that space at the back, the big rectangular square space. You can do whatever you want with it. And the suspension, generally the layout, the chassis is built to be able to support the weight of the goods, to carry. But with Sienna, I think that because it's an MPV, it's more for pairing people. So that the layout of the wheels and all that may not be very, how should I say, modification friendly, because you need to remove the wheels and certain parts are popping up and down. You don't have a flat bed kind of situation. Okay, so let me hop in to explore the other gift ideas. So we looked at from many different, like from Marks and Spencer's, ladies' gifts, males' gifts, we looked at Canadian Tire, okay, which is one of my favorite shops, and I used to live in Canada. How about let's be funky and we look at what Walmart has to offer. Okay, now I do understand some people like we don't go to Walmart to buy things, but yes, but I think that there's the gift ideas, at Walmart, So what can you actually really get in Walmart that's great? I personally think that if you can't really think of the great ideas to buy for people, buy them appliances, kettles, like water kettles. People can boil water to make tea and coffee or soup, So you really need to stretch into different avenues already for gift ideas. Kitchen appliances, yeah. So you can buy like little chiller fridges, and that's good. Oh, before I forget, you can actually buy, the Nespresso machines. Apparently, a lot of people now love Nespresso because they can buy those capsule things, so they can buy Nespresso. You can buy Nespresso machines too, for your friends who love coffee, Nespresso. Yeah, but to me, if you ask me what is Nespresso, right? Okay, since you're talking about Nespresso, let me just get us to Nespresso machines. Nespresso. Let's go to Nespresso. Let me just stop sharing and let's talk about Nespresso. Some people do buy Nespresso. So if you're really a coffee nut, okay, and you really like to drink Nespresso, and you can buy, but I personally tell you, it's just a very expensive coffee. It's very convenient for sure. In the morning, you rush into office, pop a capsule in, pop a small cup, off you go. You still need to wait for the water to kind of like set up and warm up, before you can actually dispense, especially for the standard models. So they have the original range and the virtual range, but Nespresso is like, if you buy the Nespresso coffee refillables, you need to make sure that they have the machine. So I've seen people give Nespresso tablets without the machine, which is like the person doesn't even have an Nespresso machine. They can't use the tablets, the capsules as well. And I think that I like to make my own coffee from like the traditional ground coffee, like the black powder with the metal filter. I just use that. That's just easy for me to use, much easier. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but you can tell, Nespresso is really one company that they have really branched out, and they have made a name for themselves to be really, really good at. It's all about the marketing. Yeah. with like George Clooney and all the superstars drinking coffee from it. Artisan coffee, artisan coffee, very expensive coffee machines. And now they have Nespresso boutiques. So you know what? You're really going to be spending a lot of money. For those of you who invest in like buying Nespresso, I think you should really like try all the flavors. I know they have really good different flavors. So credits to Nespresso is they have so many different flavors, but to me it's very expensive. Yeah, so you need to think about that as well. All right, let's check the questions. I understand people's aversion to Walmart apart from snobbery. I don't understand. It's the same. Like when you buy presents for people, all you expect is you. Sometimes I admit I'm one of them. Okay, if I was to go to a local grocery store, because Walmart sells everything, everything. So if you go to Walmart, you buy presents, you go to someone's house carrying a Walmart bag. Okay, people first impressions is that all the gifts all from Walmart. People, it's because it's first impressions. People look at Walmart. Oh, you must have bought it from Walmart. So obviously people will be like, oh, it's those Walmart presents. But sometimes the gifts, they're wrapped inside the Walmart bag. And Walmart bags are big, huge. You can put lots of gifts in it, pack it all in. And the reusable Walmart bags, the big blue ones, you can pack in a lot of gifts. Reuse it, it wouldn't break. And yeah, it's the same as the IKEA bags, the big ones. You can store it. They're very good because it's like what is it, like burlap or something? Some kind of material that's very hardy to carry heavy stuff. Yeah. Apart from snobbery, is sometimes people feel that you didn't put thought into your Christmas present, and you just went to Walmart and you buy something. It's like going to Shoppers Drug Mart. Now, for those who live our North American viewers, Shoppers Drug Mart. It's like a pharmacy. You go into the pharmacy, you're like, oh, I think that gift is fine, just pick it and go. But really, some people are just so busy, they have time. Just find a gift and they buy and they go. So there's no choice really. But I think what, to have a gift on Christmas is better than no gift on Christmas. Politics, no, yeah, Benny is saying. I think I do follow some gun people on YouTube. Yeah, like Hitcock45. I'm actually quite a gun buff myself. I quite like firearms. I'm not very in tune with all the firearms, but I do watch firearm channels. I had a funny moment several years ago from when Clive mentioned. Is this for coffee? Yes, blade grinder. If it's about coffee, yeah, following Colossus, I think the logic is, I just want the ground coffee. You buy the coffee beans and you ground the coffee. You can just have coffee. That's it. I think realistically, I think the pricing for buying coffee grinders, even if you had those old, I call them the rotary ones that go like that, those, it's still as long as it serves its purpose, you're happy, you can yeah. Anyway, since you're going to see Walmart, so let me not bore you with my face, but let's go and see Walmart and see what Walmart really has to offer us. So I think kitchen appliances are great, coffee makers, for the teenage kids who are going to university, coffee makers, microwave, toaster ovens, you can get them for quite a good bargain now. Air fryers are good because now air fryers, I dare say, are good gifts, not because they are, just very easy getaway, but you can cook anything with them, anything, almost anything. And for those of you who hate making a mess in the whole kitchen, air fryers are enclosed, so the oil doesn't spatter all over the kitchen. You need to clean up. Yeah. For the university ones, okay, for the people who like to have beers in your room, the chiller fridge, small portable chiller fridge, are actually very cool Christmas gifts. You know why? Now imagine you like to drink a 6-pack, okay? Your Coronas, your Heinekens, or Budweiser, I know, Carlsberg, whatever, okay, or whole garden beers. Little chiller fridges are very nice if you have it in your bedroom. You just happen to be like, oh, I don't want to go down to the kitchen. I just want to chill. Open it, pop a can of soda, pop a can of pop, or your beer, and it's easy. And the personal small fridges are very useful. You can put, obviously, you can put really ice cream in there because I think they'll melt. They're not cold enough. You can still chill your your mineral water and your beers in there. So they're great gifts for people who you kind of need to observe and you can, for those who are living in hot climates like me, if you have an office, you can put like these small personal chillers beside office desk or underneath your desk plugged in. You can get Coke from there. You don't have to walk to the pantry. You can have Coke downstairs in your desk from your table. Just open it and you have Coke. Just don't keep liquor in there. Obviously, you don't be drinking in office hours. Yeah. Let me see. Blenders are all right. But blenders, juicers, and all this. Juicers especially. I think that not everybody finds juicers useful these days. For a while, I was buying my Asian colleagues' rice cookers because you know what? I know, the stereotype. Oh, all Asians eat rice. Yes, we do eat rice, white rice, brown rice, or well, Uncle Ben's rice is not really very healthy rice, but the normal rice you get in a big sack, the rice cooker is really good. You can steam stuff in it too. You can steam garlic and onions with the rice in a separate. You can actually dice them and you put them in a rice cooker, and you can have like garlic or onion flavored rice. Yeah, just some tips. Toaster ovens are good if you have teenage kids who are going to university. Yeah. Aside from that, unless people who like baking, hand mixer machines are good, but I think that's also very personal. Yeah, but kettles I think are very good. Kettles, air fryers, espresso machines, coffee machines. Actually, the normal Walmart coffee machines are good because you only need to buy two items: filter paper, and then the coffee jug where they dispense the coffee, the fresh coffee into it. It comes with it, so you only need to buy coffee filters. That's it, paper coffee filters, and you're done. And the filters are like what, 100 for like $5-10, I think. So it's very useful. Right. So while we're in the Walmart, okay. All right. Here's another tip for you guys. Okay. Now, for those of you who are thinking, I want to buy something a bit more IT savvy, okay? Accessories, all right? So, what are gift ideas? Now, when thumb drives, okay, those thumb drives first came out, they were very, very useful gifts. People would buy thumb drives, portable thumb drives. Till today, people still use thumb drives or micro SD cards. Micro SD cards are a great idea because unless you're using Apple or certain brands, okay, they don't use micro SD, but micro SD cards with certain smartphones, they still use micro SD. So you can buy micro SD cards for as gift ideas. Monitors, not so, because it's very personal, especially for people like me who are gamers. We expect the monitors to be high end. They need to have a very good refresh rate, so they do cost quite a bit. One gift you can buy for people is wireless earbuds or wired headsets, like this one from Sony. The brands you're looking for that are good, yeah. Sony, Sennheiser, JBL, okay, JBL, Marshall. Okay, they've got really good acoustics, yeah, especially for Marshall because they do a lot of like guitar stuff. Marshall brand, Sony, JBL is quite alright. Sennheiser is really good brand too. Yeah. Let me see. So this is all IT stuff. You can buy. I generally think if you're buying something for a bit of an older person, senior person, buy them earphones or something. Earphones. If their phone has I know a lot of phones don't have the 3.5 millimeter head jack. My phone still has one because I like my music coming in through very crisp and clear. With the problem using Bluetooth headsets, yeah, those Apple EarPod things or any wireless headsets, is that when you go into a very crowded bus station or a subway station, everybody's using it. The signal is going to be crisscrossing all over, and you'll be having interruptions here and there. Sometimes some headsets do, some don't. Yeah, so you got to be very careful about it as well, about buying wireless headsets, because unless they really like it, you need to really read the reviews first. Always read the reviews. And if you are in North America, compare the prices at Future Shop. For those living in Canada, check out futureshop.ca, as well as Best Buy. So they both of them are always competing in prices. You know, Best Buy, Future Shop, and Walmart may sell some of them. So the prices do differ during the Christmas time. Yeah. All right. Let me just go to. All right. Let me see. All right. Another great gift ideas, guys, is so I said the USB sticks, portable. Yeah, these are good because people are still using computers. People are using laptops. They need to plug. They need to save documents. You know, they need to save stuff. You can still save your PDFs, your documents, into this. All right. Now, if you want to, now for those who like to do a lot of high-end downloading and stuff like that, okay, and you're doing a lot of graphic intensive stuff, you need to save your videos, YouTube videos, family stuff, and you're going like QHD, 4K, right? You're going to need storage space. So that means you're looking for a high portable SSDs. SSDs, there are two types of external hard drives. Okay, now there's HDD. So this HDD is like the standard one. Okay, SSD is like solid state drive. So generally, if you think about like which drive is better, SSD is better because it's a solid state drive and the processing power is faster, but it's going to cost a bit more. But you can definitely be it's got more reliability personally, I think. And so it varies depending on the sizing you want. The higher the storage capacity, the more expensive it will be. Yeah, and there are many different brands, So you want to look for a brand that's well renowned. You got Verbatim. Verbatim is one good brand. Samsung Samsung's done some storage devices. You've got Seagate, and also Western Digital, WD. So Western Digital is one. Okay. Oops, sorry about that noise. Let me just stop my sharing and just show you guys right here. Got Western Digital here. My passport. Okay, so it's about 5 terabytes here. Okay, so this one actually you can even has password protection, and even to today you can actually buy this and you can store your important stuff in it, and if your CPU fails, you still have backup for your movies, your music, so you can never go wrong with buying this for presents, because people at some point will need to store stuff. University kids, adults, anybody who uses computers these days will need to store stuff on this as well. Let me just read the chats real quick. What do we have? I think consumer gifts are a little more versatile. My Rolex large so yeah, if they're a woman, they like bathtubs. Zevender, Walmart's difficult contracts. Yeah, good shipment, special pallets. Okay, Peter. Thanks for sharing, Forbin. Interesting. Air fryer. Many people don't have one. They're very super. Yeah, very very good for even for French fries. You can cook fried rice with peas. You can put the fried rice seasoning, and then Uncle Ben's I think might work with that though. And you can do like cauliflower, cabbage, broccoli. And you dice them up. And you put them in onions, sliced onions and garlic, and you put it all into the air fryer with some seasoning. Jamaican seasoning, you might get a good deal. But not a good pricing in it. Yeah, small bucket ones. Yeah, depends on how much you use them. What games do you play? I play Insurgency on Steam. I also have not World of Warcraft, StarCraft: Wings of Liberty. I used to play World of Warships. I do like ships, World of Warships. I play Mobile Legends also on my phone. Yeah. As well. Okay, so let me continue on with Walmart shopping. Okay, so we wanted to find stuff that's affordable, okay, and stuff that's also very usable for people as well. Okay, so let's go to departments, and then let's go to now. Of course, last but not least, if you really can't find any present, just get the gift card. Okay, it's as good as cash. Still good as cash. Okay, and anybody says, "Oh, you didn't spend time." Look, it's still cash. They can buy food at Walmart. They can buy bread. They can buy eggs. They can buy anything. It's still money. Okay, it's the same as giving cash. For those of you who have Walmart in your area, you can also check your local not department stores, grocery shops that have like maybe Costco or something like that may have gift cards as well. So you can check it out. Electronics are generally the safe bet to do with gifts for mails. Okay. Some people have actually thought about buying GPS and navigation for cars. The thing is that with cell phones and mobile phones now, it's kind of redundant to buy GPS because your cell phone said you can use Google Maps and Waze or like other mapping apps. So the mapping apps have kind of like phased out the GPSs in your car. Because the GPS you need to update it, and goes out of date. You need to update it. You need to buy new software. So yeah. Oh yeah. Before I do forget, there's one really good one. You can let's say now I don't know where you guys stay, right? But there is one very good thing that I think people should actually get. Let me just see if I can find it. It just came to my mind. Yeah. Okay, it's in the automotive. I'm a bit of a car buff. Sorry. Okay, where's the automotive? Here we go. Okay, one thing that I think you can also buy for your friends, okay, is I don't know if you guys have this. Okay. Yeah. You guys have dash cam. Do you know what a dash cam is? Yeah. Their dash cams are very useful actually. Now there are a lot of brands of dash cam. If you go into Amazon, there's a lot of dash cam brands. Blackview is one of them. Dash cams I think are very useful these days because they do connect to number one. Okay, they may drain your car battery a little bit. Okay, so but if you can set for the hours like 12 hours, 24 hours, and the safe voltage cutoff is in the settings, you can do that, and they won't eat your car battery. But one of the really great gift options is dash cams. Okay, because why is dash cam important? And when you get dash cams, don't just get the front one, get the one that's got the front and the back. Because when you do insurance claims, I don't know where it is you stay, either in Europe or in the US or in Asia. Now in Singapore, if anybody hits you from the back, a rear fender bender from the back, the guy who hits you from the back is always going to pay for you because you banged this person on the back. But in terms of doing insurance claims for auto accidents, having a dash cam is actually really, really important because you can actually have proof, audio and video, and you've got time and date stamp and everything. And some of the dash cams are so advanced, they've got GPS, it actually can tell you where you are, where the accident has occurred, so you can't make it up. Even you've got images, but sometimes the signboards on the road, the street signs are not very clear. So the ones with the GPS systems might actually be very useful to you. I will actually be looking. You know what? Since you're talking about dash cams, let's just break away. Let me get you some good dash cam brands, okay? Right. Let me think where. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, here we go. We've got a very good brand. Think where. Yeah. Let me just check our chats. Our ratings have been in best reviews. Oh, World of Warcraft. Yeah, I've read it, but not really my kind of my cup of tea. Yeah, it's not really my cup of tea. Anchor Sound Live P3. Are you familiar with Singapore-based Nigel Ng? He's also called Uncle Roger and does a rice cooker. I have heard of him, but I'm not really into that kind of review, rice cooker stuff, because there's a lot of brands out there. And sometimes you're a sucker for like cheap, buy cheap and then just use it because it's like stuff you just use and then you just throw kind of situation. Yeah. But Following Colossus, I'm very impressed that you actually do know like our local YouTubers here, and that's impressive. Okay, yeah. Let me just check. Let me just check this here. Right, just gonna do it answering a text message, but thank you guys. We are running into 3 hours and 34 minutes already. Okay, so let me just do this. Mrs. Y2k is texting me. Hang on, guys. Let me just do this. Right, so I did promise you guys to talk about like dash cams, right? So dash cams are another great gift option, but they do cost a few $100s at least. Yeah, but dash cams are very good because this is one brand that I do know. It's called Thinkware, right? So they actually the products here. Yeah, so they've got a lot of various series. So dash cams are actually gone very advanced these days already. You mount best is to get those with 4K video and with some lane warning system. They also tell you about like traffic cameras. So the more modern dash cams, they actually have GPS, and they can tell you where all the like certain roads may have like speed cameras. Now, if they're available in your country, this brand is available, or certain local brands, Google the dash cam brands in your region and see if they're available, and you can actually get them as presents as well. Because sometimes if you're not fully aware about the speed cameras, maybe the city council install a new speed camera. I'm not encouraging speeding, by the way. And then maybe you accidentally happen to be driving faster, but you're like, oh, there's a speed camera. And you're like, oh, and the cameras do warn you there's a speed camera, and you will actually be slowing down as well. And some of them, this thinkware, they connect to your phone, your smartphone. So even if you're in your condo on your apartment building, you can actually connect via Wi-Fi to the camera and see what is happening to your vehicle. Like if there was a collision, like someone was parking and they hit your car, it actually sends a warning to your phone, and you can actually know that someone actually has collided with your car in the car park. And if they're nice and they're honest, they leave a note. If they're not, you may have to take legal action against them. But you also want to pick a camera that has a good weather tolerance to heat and cold. So this is just a suggestion to you guys. Check out the brands of dash cams that you might have in your area, because they're very good, especially for safety and security. We talk about watches and everything, and sometimes if your vehicles are parked in dangerous places, you got cameras and all these things, they can still help you. And the thing about the wireless dash cams, is that it's stored in a cloud server. So that means that even if the person takes away the camera, they take the memory chip out, you still have it on the cloud server. You can still play back, and you can still check out the crime that was committed around your vehicle and all these things as well. Yeah, so this is one of the brands you guys can consider. The other one is called BlackView. I think it's called BlackView. Yeah, let me just show it to you guys. So this is another brand from BlackView. So yeah, I don't know if they offer it in your country, wherever you are viewing us from, but dash cams are really useful. In some countries, they do have like privacy laws and stuff. So you might want to check the privacy laws before you make a purchase. But generally, I think that when you have a camera like this, it's actually you feel a bit more secure from like accident fraud. Okay, people who commit accident fraud and scams and all these things. So yeah, so BlackView actually has they worked with a lot of car brands: Toyota, Suzuki, Jaguar, Infiniti, Kia, Lexus, Land Rover, Peugeot, Maxus, Maserati, Renault. So they are an Alfa Romeo. So definitely check out these brands. Yeah, dash cams for Christmas presents. Yeah. All right. So I think I will be wrapping up the show soon. So let me just check the chat if you got any questions for the day. Yeah. So for those watching us on replay, this is just one part of Christmas shopping with Y2k. Very simple one, Now we went to Walmart. Okay. Now, if you guys have any questions for the final, I'll just do for another half an hour. So let me put a timer. All right, for half an hour. And then we will close the show for the evening on my end. All right, let's put a timer, put about 30 minutes. Okay, let's put 30 minutes. Let's put 30 minutes. All right. So the show will run for, I don't know, 30 minutes or less, depending on it. So we have run through a lot of interesting gift ideas. Let me see. There's one very interesting gift idea I thought I should share with you guys. Yes, yeah. Fobbing Colossus, yeah, dash cams are actually very useful, especially against insurance fraud. I don't know. I know they're not very prevalent in some countries, but they're very useful, especially if you're traveling long distance and you get into a car accident and your insurance company says, "I want to know the proof." And it's not necessarily true that you can find witnesses. So the witness is your dash cam. So if you're going to buy a dash cam for a Christmas present for your dads, your wives, or people that you care about, your kids who's getting their, you're buying a second-hand car for a kid. One thing aside from like the tire repair kit, the Hummer jump starter kit, to jumpstart the batteries if the batteries die, a tire repair kit with the air compressor kit, and is also the dash cam. Okay, a dash cam means that you will need to get a workshop to help you attach it. So it's best if you can find a workshop or an auto shop that sells the dash cam, but also for a small fee does an installation of the dash cam for you, because the dash cam needs to be fitted at the front and the back of the car. And so let me just show you. So if this is your car, yes? So they will have, there's a roof lining. So normally if you have camera at the front, if camera at the back, yes? Some will be even better. They have what you call lane assistance. So if you straight up the lane, it goes beep, 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 beep. It's like in the modern cars. But if your car doesn't have a lane departure assistance, Now, so get a camera that's either front and back. I would go for the front and back. It's a lot better, because sometimes you never know if robbery, even if crimes, okay, watch crimes and all these things, your car can be a witness as well, because the audio, the timestamp, and everything is all there. Maybe the perp or the thief is approaching you from the back of the car, but you're not seeing it from the blind spot. It comes the back. The car camera at the back can catch you. Can catch the perp that's coming at the back. So in terms of it, if you get a dash cam, what they normally do is the roof lining, okay, the camera attached, right? They will actually attach it to the battery. For those who are doing the one with the front and back, they will actually do the roof lining very carefully, and they'll actually attach it back, the roof lining back. So the wiring will go to the back as well. Yeah. That depends, Aussie expert. Over here in Singapore, if someone crashes you from the back, the guy at the back always pays, even in Pala, okay? 1, 2, 3 cars all crash together, the guy at the back is always got to pay for the guy at the front. So you know what? That's really, yeah. So Forbin Colossus, if you're gonna buy a dash cam, find one, okay, that's got like good weather tolerance. You gotta deal with the heat of the cold, okay, and as well as the features. How many features they've got. Then you want to look at whether they offer you the one. Okay, those are physical one. Those are the micro SD. Micro SD means that if you want to access the memory, you need to remove the chip, go to your PC, put it into a reader, a micro SD reader, then you can see the video. The convenient one is the one if you can get it on your phone, and then you can actually watch the video from your phone, download it, crop it, and then send it to your insurance company that someone has crashed into your car, and you want to claim from their insurance for the accident as well. So you want to find a dash cam that actually offers you the wireless option as well, so that you can actually receive it. Now, Thinkware, which is one of the companies I showed you, has one really good feature that if there was an accident, yes, so if let's say your kids were driving and joyriding and they crashed into a tree. Now, the latest one, because Thinkware I think is from Korea, so they had this special feature that it dials the owner of the car and tells the owner of the car, an accident's been detected, severe accident's been detected, okay? Location of where the accident's been taking place, and you can actually see what's happening on the phone. Like, what is the car looking at? Like, is it the tree, or is it like a road divider or something else as well? Yeah. yeah, if they crash you in the back, the forward facing, and the resulting damage will vary for you. The only thing is because they need to see the car at the back. That's why I think. So generally, I think that the same principles as, I'm sorry to say, it, almost like a condom. Better to have both. Better to have two cameras than to have one, than need one and not have one. Yeah. Okay. So for even for those of you who are thinking, other gift options for your friends, let me just see. So we talked about two boxes, barbecue pits, Jackery battery, Hummer jump starters, tire air compressor as gifts options. And we're really straying far out of watches because I think this time around we just wanted to, be making it different and different. Realistically, we're talking about different gift options and ideas. Yeah. Let me see. Any questions from the audience? You can just fire away, and yeah, definitely. Some people you can. I mean, some people do buy like what do you call those things there? Now, unless you really are a car nut, okay. The other thing that you guys can consider about is car safety and security. Now, if you live in a region where you have a lot of car thefts, okay, you can think about this gift. Now, I thought this was very funny. Hang on. You can actually buy a tire clamp. Yeah, I think the tire clamp was really funny though. Yeah. Hold on a minute. This is Y2k saying. Let me just reply this text. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, this is very interesting. Okay. So we've always heard about like, oh, I've got like alarm locks and we've got steering locks, Now, this is very interesting. I've always found this very funny. We have wheel clamp locks. Now, you can also clamp the wheel of the car as well. Now, the most funniest I've ever seen is someone who's so paranoid. He's clamped four wheels of his car, and it was in some mall garage or something. He's clamped four wheels of his car with the clamps, and obviously the robbers were like, "What?" So obviously, I think the only way to be able to steal it is you need to remove the wheels. But you remove the wheels, how are you going to drive the car off? You need to install new wheels on top of it. So I thought that this was very, very interesting. Having a wheel clamp as a safety for your car, and it's only $29.55 from Walmart. So you're protecting your investment, and it's got a key. Yeah. Normally we would think that it's the traffic wardens come to clamp your car for illegal parking. Yeah. So it's actually, I just thought this was really funny, and they've got even like this one, car boot wheel lock and something like that. So yeah. The thing is very funny. It clamps the car completely. Where are you going to go? Got to remove the whole wheel instead, unless you can jimmy the lock from the clamp itself. Yeah. Okay. Let me just check our questions real quick. Why would they need to see that back? Okay. So it's quite simple. Basically, where they would need to see the car at the back is because of the injury claims. Even though someone may hit you behind, there have been instances here in Singapore where the car hits you behind, they drive off, okay? Hit and run kind of situation. And if they happen to be in an area where there's no traffic cams, and then there's injuries and all this, and maybe the other party wants to claim injury claims, okay? Maybe whiplash, or like they bang their nose and their nose is bleeding or broken or something, and obviously your back camera sees them too. Now, the last time what I had an accident, my back camera actually saved me. Okay, this is an experience. It's a real story. So I was I was at a zebra crossing, the slip road coming out. So what had basically happened was that I was going past this zebra crossing. I already passed the zebra crossing here. Okay, so behind me came another car. So let's just use this little knife as another car. Okay, so it came behind. There's a zebra crossing here. So this is, you're supposed to leave. Singapore rules is that the zebra crossing should not be blocked so that pedestrians can cross a zebra crossing. So what do they teach you in driving school? Always look at the front. Always be aware of your surroundings, right? 180 degrees awareness. So I'm looking at the front. So this guy comes from behind me. He's looking here because the traffic's coming from the right. So he's like, look, he's at the wheels and he's got his hands on his steering wheel and he's looking like this. But you know what he's doing? He's inching forward and he doesn't even know that I'm still there. And he doesn't even know that that's a zebra crossing. And what if they're like kids or grannies crossing, be like running them over because he's looking at it like this and he's going forwards. He's accelerating forward. So instead of that, because of my camera showing that his head was looking that way, I could prove to my insurance company and the police that he wasn't even paying attention to what's happening in front because I haven't left. I'm still looking at cars coming from the right, you know. He's just looking at cars on the right, but he's behind me, and he just decides to accelerate and go wham. So he smacked into me and behind, and yeah. And apparently that guy tried to scam me off because he said he owned the workshop and he wanted to fix my car for me. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't take his offer. I just went with the whole dealership claim of it. Yeah. Let me just answer this text. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, most people put off getting a dash cam due to complexity. And yet, here can. But true. Well, it depends what if it really feels what you want. Yeah. Okay. Well, how it matters is the driver's state. Now, if you, let's say, for example, you want to press charges against him. Okay, and you can build a much more solid case against the driver because one thing is that the driver at the back sometimes can also claim, oh, he went over, you know, they can always say, oh, he was still at the zebra line. He didn't, they want to basically say that you were also in the wrong, that you did not leave a gap for the zebra crossing. So they can say, oh, you still in the zebra crossing and all this nonsense. So the thing is that it doesn't matter if he smashes you from the back or not. Back camera always tells the story from the back. And last time, okay, I will show you guys, if you're ever interested, there's a video, okay, of cars just parking, waiting to clear traffic light. Out of the green blue, okay, some huge crane, the mobile crane, crashes out of the trees like the T-Rex in Jurassic Park and smashes like 8 cars in total. And the worst thing of it all is that everybody's looking at the front. Nobody knows what's happening. So all of a sudden, you imagine you're probably in your 4-door car, you know, and this huge mobile crane just comes barreling out of the trees and just crashes into everybody. Everybody's just stunned because they don't even know what the hell's hit them from behind. Yeah. So I mean, generally, because even for Singapore, and most cars have front and back because we are a country whereby any and every kind of evidence you provide is still better than just one area. You give more is better. It just makes your case better. It's the same as like trying to go to the court of law. You have more evidence, the better it is, the more solid your case is, the more proof you have. Yeah. Don't stop. They look left. Yes, that's a problem. Because the problem is people are looking at oncoming traffic. Yes, so they look like this and they're not paying attention forward. They still inch the car forward. They still move forward. And that's a problem, you know. Yeah. Is pressing charges a thing in Singapore? That will help you more. Okay, so the sad part is if you are parked in a public car park and you're not in your car and someone was parking and they clip your car and they run off, they can get away with it. The only thing is if there is an injury, then it becomes a criminal case. If there isn't any injury, there is no case. You can report it to the police, but the problem is the police will tell you, yes, it's a case, but there's nothing they can do. So the only way to do it is you can actually sue the driver who hit your car in the parking lot when he was parking. He crashed into you, he drove off, and you can only like go speak to your lawyer and send him a lawyer letter, to sue him for damages and everything. Now, obviously, that's going to be costly because you need to pay lawyer fees, you need to pay for all these things. So the thing is that at some point you need to kind of weigh the cons, the cost. Is it better to just go fix the car and just forget about it than to like press charges against the guy? Yeah, that's just, how could they possibly blame you if they hit you from behind? How could it? Oh, here's the interesting thing. Okay, with the traffic conditions here, people who I don't know how it is in your area where you are, Aussie, but in my area, everybody will always say it's not my fault, it's their fault. They should have been moving forward. Why are they not moving forward? And it's always somebody else's fault. I'm not saying that I'm always correct, but I'm just saying that there's always a mentality that it's always someone else's fault. So that's why when you buy a camera, it's always good to have front and back, because the thing is, you're only looking at one side, you see. You're not looking at what's happening around. Now, the police cars here have 360 degrees camera. They've got those cameras. They look like minions with cameras like front and back. They're 360 degree cams. So the police cars here they look like postal stamps, the by airmail color. So they've got 360 cams. You can't escape it. You can't tell the cops, oh, I didn't see the cop. I didn't do. They will just say, you know what? I've got 360 degree cameras. Shut the hell up. I'm going to be able to prove it that it's all about more. It's not about like less. If you just show one side, insurance company just, I'm just saying like you got, okay. So if you picture it this way, you're looking forward, yes? All we are seeing is your car moving forwards. That's all. So if you get crashed from behind, or you can tell the company or to tell the police, oh, someone crashed and hit me from behind. That's all. But the problem is, the question is who? So if those guys, it was late at night and it was a dark road and there were no street lights and they drove off, you basically, that's it, because if you had no camera behind, you can't see the number plates, you had nothing, you basically got nothing to go on with. Yeah, so yeah. Oh, Mrs. Y2k is telling me about the World Cup. Argentina won. Interesting. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Something to. I was watching the World Cup a little bit, but once all the teams I like got, they lost and got kicked out, I'm kind of like, oh, just move on. Yeah. Okay, let's see. You can't change a car. You can't charge a car. No, you don't charge a car. You charge the driver. No, yeah, but you must charge the driver first. So the problem is that because there is no injury, only if there's an injury, then it becomes a criminal case. Yeah, it becomes a case. Yeah. You mean in a hit and run, or is it like a rear ender? You can't. You need the driver to stop. Okay, here's an example for you, Aussie. In Japan, okay, they have these traffic cameras. When they snap the car speeding, with the license plate is not enough. They need to see who's driving it. So when they are snapping in Japan, when they're snapping pictures of people speeding, they actually do have the number plate and the driver's face, because they need to be able to identify who and who. So the same philosophy applies. Yeah. I still haven't described the clear. It's all about seeing the face. Yeah, you can see the face. Yeah, you know that with my previous thinkware not with my current thinkware, I can see the driver's expression. That's how good it is. I can see that he wasn't looking. So when I go straight to Toyota at that time to report the rear ending, it's very simple. I gave him front CD, back CD, and then I just show him, and the guy sees it. Yeah, we've got a very strong case. It was hands down like that guy's not going to win. He's, we've got his number plate. The problem is, it could be his son driving it. It could not be him, but it was apparently the driver himself. So you can record someone's number plate, but you need to know who's driving the car. It could be a family member. So with a rear camera, I can actually see the guy's face. That's how good it is. I can see that he was looking that way. I can see that he hasn't shaved. He's got a little mustache on it, like stash. And I could see that his son was wearing a New York Yankees cap. He's wearing a white shirt. You know, that was how good the cameras are. Yeah. So how does the driver expression help? Yeah, you can tell if someone's drunk. Drunken drivers, especially drunk, if they're driving, they're like, obviously the camera has limitations, you know. So yeah. So Ozzy, you're very interested in the subject a lot, eh? Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't matter as long as we can see who's driving the vehicle at the time of the accident, then we have a very good case already. This aside from just a number plate. So that's why I'm telling you, honestly, front camera alone isn't enough. Ask any driver in Singapore, they tell you the truth. Taxi driver, just tell the truth. Front and back, still better. Yeah. Yes, it doesn't matter. What we need is an ironclad proof case. Yeah. 150%. 150%. Trust me. Yeah. Okay, we kind of stray off the tangent over there. So we looked at various gifts and everything. So in our last few minutes, before I close the show, does anybody have any questions about gift ideas? Now, today's gift browsing was kind of more general. We didn't do any watches because, you know, watches are very personal, and there will be a separate session just strictly meant for watches, but today's one was more strictly for all the general gift ideas from like certain shops. Walmart, Canadian Tire, Marks and Spencer's. I think Mrs. Dodger and I did talk a little bit about Harrods as well, I think. Yeah, so realistically, get those Christmas gifts early. Yeah, sorry. No. A claim case. Don't get confused, Aussie. Criminal case and accident case are two different things. Yeah, don't confuse the two together. Yeah. Criminal case, as I've said, must constitute with an injury. When I say injury, it means that say that if someone hits someone, okay, if the car hits someone in a zebra crossing and the car runs away, anyways, here in Singapore, as long as a motor vehicle, yes, a vehicle with four wheels, hits a cyclist, a pedestrian, you're always at fault. So if you're in a vehicle, yes, a car, you hit a cyclist, you hit a pedestrian, you are always at fault. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how it may be really dark at night. If the cyclist is trying to be funny, you know, it will be a criminal case. In terms of accident, okay, let's not confuse accident and criminal. Okay, criminal case is where there's an injury, then the police will categorize that as starting to be a case to be built for criminal because there is injury. So the driver of the vehicle who impacted the injured person will be investigated. Okay, so that's where it is. With an accident, it's more of two vehicles crashing into each other. Then there is the insurance claim about it. Now, there is an additional insurance claim. It's called the medical insurance. So if someone in the car, all right, who's sitting in the car with the car crashing this one, this guy gets whiplash or something, obviously it falls into the car's medical insurance rate. It's a very different one than the criminal case. The criminal case is whereby happens more externally of the vehicle, the external part of the car hits a cyclist or pedestrian in any velocity, fast, slow moving, even if you're just creeping and you tap a senior who's in walking state and he collapses, it's also a case. It's a criminal case because the driver is basically in Singapore, the driver is always at fault if you hit a pedestrian or a cyclist, irregardless of how it is. Yeah. That's how it is in Singapore. So that's why drivers generally, lorry driver, car driver, pickup driver, as long as your vehicle is 4 wheels, or motorcyclist, okay? If you hit a pedestrian or a cyclist, you are always at fault. And a criminal case can be built up against you, whether it's negligence, drunk driving, reckless driving, or you were just not paying attention. Any of those things can come into play, depending on the investigator. Yeah. But all the this is what I do know with my knowledge. Yeah. Anyways, Ozzy, if you want to talk to me, you can talk to me after the stream about this. So we have come to the end of this very short Christmas shopping stream with me and Mrs. Dodger, who was with us earlier. So what I've only given you is just a glimpse of some simple gifts, and we've ran into 4 hours already. Yeah, I know I talked a lot of extra stuff, but I do hope that you can have some ideas on gifts. And if at some point you guys would like to have suggestions on watch gifts, you can always send your request to the email shown below for the Escapement Show, which is flashing across the screen now. And the Escapement team can get back to you, and they can always come up with a list of various Christmas gift watches that you guys would like to have. But I think you are all like very preference based in terms of your watch selection. So each of us and everyone may have different choices. And unless you're going for a specific type and brand, we need to know the details, like pricing, sizing, branding, which country is made in, the movement. If we know these things, then we'll be able to source out maybe what's a great gift idea for watch-wise as well. Yeah, so if there's no other questions, I would like to say a very, very big thank you to Mrs. Dodger. Everybody in chats, Aussie Expat too, thank you so much for so many questions. Fobbing Colossus, participating with your questions also, and feedback. Thomas Burnett. We also had Dodger earlier, Satidani, JJ, I think is it. Like JJ from Michigan or something? JJ, Bill, Jonathan. Who else do we have here? Jamie Opulence. Yes. Alan Petridge. I think it's the first time we've always seeing you in our stream. So many, many thanks. The Chili Badger. Thank you so much. Really scrolling to the front, to say thank you, Mattis. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for supporting. Now, I'm just going to post the link up for anybody who wants to jump on. So if you want to share something, we'll just do a quick Q&A for questions. And if Aussie Expat wants to hop on and talk to me after the show about this, I'll be willing to give a little bit more insights on this as well, on more like non-related to presents. Yeah, more like non-related. But anyways, to the people who have been watching us, supporting us at the Escapement Show, we would like to say a warm thank you. And if we don't see you to Christmas in 5 days' time, thank you so much for the support. And from every one of us at the Escapement Show, we would like to say and wish you all, your families, your friends, and your loved ones, Merry Christmas, good health, and happy prosperity in your businesses and your jobs or your academic pursuits. And here is from me, Y2k, signing off with all of you. Thank you very much, and good night, and see ya.